Monday, 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 Monday. Doing a little painting and chatting. We'll see which one we end up doing the most of. Man, gonna be busy tomorrow or later. I don't know which. We'll see what the old boss has to say about it because we'll be putting the mattress on the taking all the old waterbed stuff off and putting the new stuff on. Hmm. Some of these figures, man, the scale is just really weird on them. Like some of them say they were supposed to be 32, but they're at least 40. I mean, it's not a big deal since, I can always use them as some of the really tall races of humans, Vikings or Hibernians or whatever, but still yet. Oh, there's a bear. This figure don't make a whole lot of sense to me. I don't guess. I mean, she's got a shield, and then that axe, and there's no way she could use both. Just no way. No.
I agree with you. But
If it were Buckler,
as you know, you and I are both, 80s boys. Love will find a way.
well, if it were a buckler that was strapped to the forearm, then yeah,
Hey, no, love will find a way.
love will find a way.
We just have to have faith that love will find a way for her to use both.
See, that's what you say, but I say love will tear us apart.
I was going to say, but that's the other option, right? The downside is that love could tear them apart. So.
Exactly. What's up, Squirrel Hermit? How you doing, homie?
Hey, Squirrel.
So I think my mammoths came out pretty good. I mean, I need to paint their eyes, but that color came out really good on them.
Yeah, it's very nice.
And I'll probably put some snow on the base, and when I shade it, and I'll shade it, then put snow on. But my rhino, I think I'm going to do it with the white speed paint, which is actually just a really light gray, and see how that looks. If I don't like it, I can always repaint it. That's a good thing, But Monday morning, so my nephew and his bride left this morning, first thing. So alone again in the house with the wife, singing slave songs. Days never ending, master got me working. Except I don't want master to set me free, so never mind all that. But
yeah, well, your master is a tiny blonde Danish woman, so you did pretty good. You know what I'm saying?
Well, master of puppets is pulling your string.
I fucking hate that song, by the way. I when it was
you're just
raging.
Contrarian.
No. Let me explain why. Everyone was raging about it, right? So I did a music reaction to it, where I listened to it, and I was very unimpressed with the song, except when we got to the guitar solo, and I went, okay, now this is what everybody's on about. I completely get this. This makes perfect sense now.
The guitar solo is badass.
Yeah. That's it. But the rest of the song didn't impress me. Oh my fuck! Did I learn the harsh lesson of never say anything bad about a song on YouTube, because people just dragged me over the coals in the comments for daring to not be in love with this fucking song,
Yeah, I wouldn't drag you, like you just said. I'm not a huge fan of that song, and I just thought, well, I mean, Master of Puppets has some great other songs on it. That's just the one.
I was just talking about that one song, though. Just that one song.
I mean, which is just about, addiction. Being super addicted to cocaine is actually what that song's about. I think one of my favorite Metallica songs comes off of Garage Days Remembered, and it's called, or whatever, it's called The Prince. And another one I like is damn, I can't even remember the song. It's so obscure, but then again, I'm being a hipster. It's like dark rivers are flowing
Well, Squirrel, you better be waiting on Zeitrock Hand and Foot then.
into the sea. Oh, Incision Tour opened yesterday. Just a little bit. Hell yeah. I mean, it sounds like the typical lady, though. You know, it's like the doctor says, okay, go home and don't move. And the first thing they do when they get home is start wanting to push couches around and shit. And just like, what part of don't move did you misunderstand there, you know?
Now, okay, but so back to the Metallica thing. I've never liked Metallica. I never will like Metallica. And a lot of the shit they did in the early 2000s with the Napster stuff and all their bullshit left me going, I will never like this band. I don't care how good the song is. They're fucking just Lars Van Trier, is that his name? Is an absolute cunt, you know? So but I was open to listen to the song.
Bear could tell us how he hung out with them.
Bear, you know, Shadow.
Or not Bear, Shadow, and how he don't like him because he wrecked his house or some shit.
Some shit. Yeah, I remember him telling us that story. But the thing is I just don't give a fuck, right? But I learned my valuable lesson that day, which is if you do a music review on YouTube, it has to be positive. You're only allowed to be negative in movie reviews.
Okay. I mean, I've never been negative on a music review when I did some of them because I only reviewed songs that I liked.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if somebody has a problem with me liking Artemis or, you know, some of the more obscure, like Euro prog type stuff, well, sorry. I mean, you know, or, you know, country rap, you know, like ACAL or those guys. It's like they can say, I hate that music, but I'll be like, well, you know, that's fair, but I like it. You know, it's like, okay.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that either. You're allowed to like what you like, man.
You know, whatever.
What happened? Is he gone? James, are you there? I think James is gone. Huh. Okay, well, hi. Hope you're all doing well. Hope everything's good for you. Hope the world is treating you with respect and love. Hey, James is back. Look at that.
Hey, I'm back. Yeah, I was looking at the chat. My Swamp German friend, the fact that you're quoting, you know, give me fuel, give me fire. As a doctor of rock, I'm going to go ahead and have to prescribe to you 10 hours of Kill 'Em All or Ride the Lightning. Because what you are quoting there is like the worst shit ever. It's like, God. Anything after the Black Album and anything on the Black Album for the most part is just like, that's old man Metallica. That's you know, that's I'm rich and I've got a hot girlfriend and 5 kids in a private school, and I play tennis with my buddies. Metallica. That's not real Metallica. Real Metallica is Kill 'Em All. We live in a garage. We're all alcoholics. You know, like we're really angry at everything, and we're going to write songs about how angry we are. But I mean, some people don't like Metallica. That's fine. I make fun of them all the time, and I like them. Like when I sing along with Metallica, I always do the at the end of every word. Don't care. I bet you do care. You're just trying to be like, you're just being like, I don't care what you think. But deep down inside, you're like, damn, Can't believe you put me on the spot like that. I hate you, James.
I know how I feel.
Right? But it's like, yeah, you know how the lead singer though, Kurt or whatever, he like every word he's like, yeah, it's like no matter what word it is, at the end of every verse is yeah. I'd make fun of the shit out of him over that. It's just like, but when I was 16, they were out. Of course, Maiden was my main band. I was getting down with Maiden and a lot of Black Sabbath too at that time. And you had freaking Kurt or what's his name, Dave Mustaine. Peace Sells. Kill 'Em All is a bad album. You're crazy. Now, Ride the Lightning, okay. Kill 'Em All is not about bad album. It's an amazing album. But Ride the Lightning has some true bangers on it. It absolutely does. Like the Call of Cthulhu, the instrumental at the very end. That's pretty badass, Like this group of dudes just got together and said, let's do an instrumental about some H.P. Lovecraft shit. Why not? And I respect that. But Kill 'Em All had Search and Destroy or Seek and Destroy. That is just a good, a good rough kind of just metal. I'm not saying James Hetfield's a bad guy. I'm just saying he ends every verse in every song with, yeah. It's just like, come on, man. Plus, they bought themselves a lot of ill will back during the Napster days because they were just like being real pricks about it. Countdown to Extinction, yeah. See, that Dave Mustaine, something was going on there. When you get kicked out of Metallica for being too much of an alcoholic, I mean, you really are going next level. Because, I mean, those dudes originally, they were all just, living that life, right? But, yeah, because of my dad and his love, and when I say dad, my pops, and his love of like classic, what we call classic rock now, but some people call some of it heavy metal. I grew up listening to a lot of old school Pink Floyd, Black Sabbath with Ozzy, Led Zeppelin, like all of it, because he saw Led Zeppelin at Madison Square Garden when he lived in New York, right? So, he introduced me. Jethro Tull, believe it or not, 15 and 16-year-old James was jamming out to Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick. And you know what? I'm not ashamed of it. Jethro Tull is a badass band. I mean, I know a lot of people mistakenly think Jethro Tull's the name of like a band member. It's not. It's the band, but those guys, man. One of my favorite songs they do is the one where they're talking about Bungo in the Jungle or whatever. I love that song, The rivers are full of crocodiles nasty. And he who made kittens put snakes in the grass. He, whatever it is, it's like, yeah, I like that a lot. And I had the double album, the Thick as a Brick double album, that had Locomotive Breath and all that shit on it. Yeah. Dave probably couldn't really play a lick when drunk. I don't know if he was ever sober, bro. I'll be honest with you. So I don't think I'll agree with you there. I think there's levels of drunk, and at some of those levels, yeah, he could play. That is one thing. And I mean, of course, Peace Sells is probably one of the best Metallica songs ever made.
That Peace Sells, but who's buying?
Yeah. And yes, I know it was Mustaine with Megadeth, but
Yeah, it's Megadeth. I was like, what are you talking about? That's a Megadeth song.
I said that on purpose, though. Because if you compare everything that Metallica did and then to Peace Sells, it's like Peace Sells is better than the majority of Metallica's catalog.
That we can.
And I like Metallica, but I'll still like how Peace Sells with that bass line, that you know, and and it just starts. What do you mean I don't pay my or support my or whatever? I pay my taxes, don't I? And all that shit is like, oh man, that's just so freaking gritty, man. Oh yeah, Jethro Tull. I don't even know if you can like classify a genre for Jethro Tull. In a way, he's very much like Pink Floyd. Depending on the album and the song, it's like, what am I listening to? Is this rock? Is this prog? Is it folk? I mean, what exactly are they doing? You know, which I love. I love that. I like bands that just get out there and have a good time and just do whatever the hell they want. Yeah. Some man's answering and he keeps hanging up. Right? You hear the British style of phone. Beep, beep. Hey, I've got a collect call from Pink. Click. Yeah. So what do we use now to fill the empty spaces?
All I'm going to say is Aqualung.
Aqualung, my friend. Yeah. Yeah, that song's kind of perverted too. Sitting there like watching all the pretty panties run. Hey, Aqualung. Like, I think Aqualung might need to be on a list, but whatever.
That's fair.
Rubbing grimy fingers on filthy clothes. Hey, Aqualung. But Locomotive Breath, I think that one, man. That one is a frickin', that's a banger, you know. Dun, 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 dun. But my favorite like metal album, if we're talking metal, I can't make my mind up between like Number of the Beast or Power Slave. And I think sometimes I lean towards Power Slave, actually. I mean, to me, that's just. But there was that period in the 80s when just like Iron Maiden was dropping albums and every one of them was freaking good. You know, it was like Somewhere in Time, Power Slave, The Trooper. Well, Trooper was like first, and then. Or was Trooper first, or was Afraid of the Night or something? I mean, they have a huge catalog of stuff.
Trooper?
Just Iron Maiden. I mean, they go back.
I was gonna say, because Trooper's a Canadian band, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about anymore.
Yeah, I'm talking. Well, there was the album, and then, but I think there were a couple albums even before Trooper.
You say so. I don't really give a shit about Iron Maiden either.
You don't care about anything.
I care about what I care about, but overplayed fucking metal bands are not it, buddy.
You hipster.
No, I just have very specific tastes when it comes to music, and some of them would surprise you how weird they are, and some of them would surprise you how pedestrian they are. But there's a lot of this like hypey metal shit that everybody was into in the 80s that I wasn't into because there was better stuff.
Yeah, because you're too busy listening to Celine Dion.
I don't listen to Celine Dion, thank you. And as
crying every time they play.
All right, are you done? Are you done?
Yeah.
Are you done?
I guess.
I will finish telling you. A coworker of mine is in a death metal band. Well, not anymore. They broke up finally after years, but they've been touring for years. They're known fairly well in the death metal scene. And we were talking work one day, stuff in a meeting, And he just says to me out of the blue when I said something particularly about, the universe kind of sucking. He's like, how the fuck are you not into death metal? And I'm like, because I have other outlets for my anger. Like, that's the thing. I'm not into death metal. I don't use metal as a supplementation for my anger at mommy and daddy, which is something a lot of metalheads do. I appreciate the music and only the music. You know what I mean?
See, my experience with metal fans is most of them, especially like the death metal fans and shit, tend to be like really cool.
No, they're fine people, but I've bounced at those clubs. You know what I'm saying? I've been security at the fucking
that's
club.
You're all fucked up. You saw like the worst shit.
I don't have any patience for angry fucking teenagers who have nothing to be angry about because they grew up in the fucking suburbs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's what I said. That's why you're all fucked up.
All fucked up. Yeah.
Because you saw all that shit, and now it's like made you jaded.
Maybe, and I'm okay with that. I'll be jaded.
You're so full of jade. I just don't know. How you doing, Shadow? We were just talking about your favorite band, Metallica, a second ago.
We use a strong word.
Yeah, well, yeah, you were being quiet, and I was just saying they were a pretty good band back in the day. Judas Priest was good.
I love Judas Priest. What are you talking about?
Turbo Lover.
Fucking love Priest, man. Priest is amazing.
I mean, the first Priest song I ever heard was Breaking the Law.
Breaking the law, boom, boom.
Yeah. But then the second one I think I heard was Jack the Ripper. And then after that, I heard like Turbo Lover. And I was like, oh my God, these guys are pretty badass.
Yeah. I love Priest. Priest is awesome.
I'm your Turbo Lover.
Out there is a fortune waiting to be had. You think I'll let it go? You're mad. You got another thing coming. I mean, come on.
Another thing coming. Yeah, Priest was good. The link is out there, Shadow. I know it's early for you yet.
Yeah, but time to put on your face.
Yeah, time for you to put on your face, comb your hair, maybe throw on a pair of pants that isn't.
No, angry Gen Xers are not fine, poor child, because I had to be a bouncer for them too. People who are just angry and they don't know how to control their anger and they take it out on everybody around them or they inflict it on the world because they don't know how to fucking handle their emotions are not good people. And they need that fucking skill set. Otherwise, they cause drama and problems for humans. And that's what you guys don't understand. But when you've worked in the fields I've worked in, you fucking constantly find yourself on the fucking receiving end of people who don't know how to control that part of themselves. They don't know how to work on that aspect of their personality. And as a result, I mean, you've seen it, James. You worked in fucking emergency services. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
People loved us, man.
Well, they loved us too after. But when they were trying to fucking fuck somebody up and you put them in a headlock or you have to put them in an arm bar or whatever it is you got to fucking do, you have a different perspective on this shit. Yeah, everyone knew Halford was gay, dude. It wasn't a surprise.
Yeah, no one was surprised that the dude wearing all the leather with the spike collar and everything might be hanging out
and the chaps.
Like, that guy looks like he might like to do the merengue, do the cha-cha a little bit. I mean, Halford dressed up like the gay dudes in Frankie Goes to Hollywood. The leather dudes. So it's like, yeah, no one's surprised. But could he sing? Yeah, that man could sing. And I bet you the dudes in the rest of the band, they were all just like, well, more groupies for us, I guess, Even though I'm sure Halford had his groupies, they just weren't the groupies anyone else wanted. They're just a different set of groupies, Like, that would have been good being in that band because even the drummer could get groupies in that band. Shadow does know about the Blue Oyster far too well, or all too well. They're out there salsa dancing and shit, wearing all leather with assless chaps. And I love the fact that in all of the 8 or 9 Police Academy movies they made, they found a way to work that bar in every one. Like in every every movie, somehow the Blue Oyster was going to be in there, and I respect that, because the running gag is what made it so good. The fact that it just kept going, Rough and tough village people. Somebody told me the world was going to own me. No, I'm sorry. I heard that the village people, like only one of the guys in that whole group was actually gay. And the rest of them were all straight. And I think the gay one was like the Indian or the construction worker or some shit. But no one cared because they were, out there having a good time, making money. I mean, our current U.S. president seems to love them bastards. He plays their song all the time. Like every time he gets on stage, you got village people. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, it's like, all right, okay, that's cool. I dig it. Whatever. The president of the United States is a village people fan. The dark side of humanity. I have found that the people who listen to all that dark ass music tend to be actually pretty chill dudes most of the time, I'm not saying there aren't some Vic Vikernesses out there, but for the most part, just people.
I would say, can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, sorry, I was getting coffee. I would say 90% of the guys I had to put hands on in my life were jocks, bros, hip hop guys. You know what I mean? Like they were just what you would call a regular dude, right? Of whatever culture or group they were from.
Yeah, you said jocks, bros, and hip hop guys, and I'm sitting here saying that's the same group, I think.
Well, no, when I say hip hop guys, I'm just say black guys. But anyway, I would say 90% of the guys I had to put hands on were of those groupings, that type. The ones that blend into society in whatever group they happen to be a part of. The other 10% was an even mix of angry fucking nerds and drunk old men and, every now and then a crazy woman, right? It was very rare, but it would happen.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't change the fact that every one of the first 90% I had to put hands on, I understood what was going on and I understood why we were suddenly being violent. Right? Like they were touching a waitress. They were, they shoved the wrong person. They were hitting on a guy's girl or whatever. Like there was a reason. You could track the reason for why things suddenly got violent, right? With the angry fucking no emotion control, soy boys, basically, that type of thing, it would just go from 0 to insane. You know what I mean? Like you'd just be like having a conversation and suddenly, oh God, wow, that's a broken bottle. Like holy shit. It was crazy. And I don't understand it other than they just have no anger management skills at all.
Well, they're probably spoiled brats and their parents never taught them any impulse control. They're just
bars are not a bad sample environment for any type. I hate to break the news to you, not your record. I'll try working in them for over 10 years. They're not as bad at all. They're what people are like. The majority of people behave like that. Offices are a bad example of what people are like because people are adjusting their behavior to not get fired, usually.
Yeah, he's right.
People in bars.
Police always see everybody that's a scumbag like 90% of the time. And that's why you end up with these jaded fucking cops that
I understand why.
Because every person they run into is a douchebag. And
I get that. But it doesn't change me thinking what I think.
Oh,
it doesn't
no,
change the experiences I have.
It doesn't just whatever you're saying. It doesn't just whatever dismiss, disprove, whatever. And that's why, guys, I went with firefighter. Because we see people on their worst day, but they're so happy to see us that you end up learning to love humanity as a firefighter because you're out there seeing them in their worst moments, but you're helping. and then they bring you cookies. I mean, fuck, man. It's almost worth not even taking the paycheck, honestly, just to be able to do that. I understand why people used to volunteer.
Yeah, but it was a shit paycheck you got too, though.
I got a shit paycheck. I guarantee you, you made more money than I did every single year. You were bouncing versus me being a fireman.
Yeah, but I was only bouncing like 3 nights a week, right?
Yeah, well, I was only
and I made just enough money. So okay. So in the 90s, when I was bouncing full time, like that was all I did for money other than the occasional acting.
Right.
I made $100 cash at the end of my shift every night.
Right.
And whatever money I could find around and a tip out from the waitresses. So I usually went home with about 150 cash every day. Right? That was my max.
That's not horrible.
Well, it wasn't horrible. It wasn't horrible at all. It was in the 90s. It was great. I had a
Right.
good life. You know what I mean? I was able to pay my rent, have food, buy fucking Magic the Gathering cards.
Right.
You know, I could do what I needed to do. Right now, from what I understand, bouncers are only getting about 150 a night from the bar. There's next to no more tips at doors because nobody carries cash with them
Right.
anymore. And people don't want to fucking tip the bouncers to get in the line, which is a big part of our income.
Right.
You don't find cash in the seats anymore that people drunkenly left behind, which is always the smartest thing to do at the end of the day, was just patrol the fucking bar as soon as the lights came on looking for cash.
Right.
You could easily get yourself another 30, 50 there, you know, that way easily. And you're not allowed to lay hands on them anymore because they might sue the bar.
See,
so why the fuck do we exist?
I don't know. At that point, just call the cops.
Yeah. That's what you're supposed to
do. I think my best year ever was like 30-something thousand. And that was in the early 2000s.
Yeah, my best year probably in the 90s was probably around 22,000.
Yeah,
you know, 20, maybe 25.
Cops made more than us. They got hired.
Oh, shit, yeah.
But you know what? They
Christ, but they get shot at more than us,
that's
too.
What I'm saying. They got, like, if there's a dangerous scene, we'll stage half a mile away and let the cops go in. And then after they look around and they're like, oh, yeah, it's safe, then we'll go. But if, you know, if there's an active shooter in the area, we're not going in there. What, are you crazy? Because the number one rule for a paramedic is you can't help anyone else if you're fucked up. So rule 1 is take care of you. Rule 2 is take care of your partner. And then rule 3 is take care of everyone else. So, you know, it all makes sense when you think about it. And, yeah. But,
yeah, there's logic there.
Yep. I guess Shadow's big timing us. Or he left to go get all of his makeup on and put his prosthetic nose
He's on his way. He's making it big.
A lot of you guys don't know, but when vampires hit a certain age, like their noses and stuff fall off. And they start looking really corpse-like. So Shadow's probably putting his prosthetic nose on and painting his face. You know. Yeah, they start losing like all of their human type parts. Like instead of having a penis or whatever, they just have a cloaca. So if they were males while they're alive, their penis falls off as they're transforming. And they lose a lot of organs that are required to process food because they don't got to do that anymore. Those organs just fall out of them through their cloaca.
There you go.
And then they become, you know, completely dependent upon blood. You know, because it turns out you don't need a lot of our digestive organs just to digest blood. You need some specialty organs.
So I'm going to ask you the question I always ask you. Want to see something cool?
Sure.
All right.
I mean,
find a way to make it look better for the screen. There we go. So I figured out
is like
always. I basically figured out the cost on it, and I can do full color for Final Age.
Nice.
So I've been touching up some of the art, and I just want to show you this. I'm sharing right now.
He's a lizard person. Yeah, well, then we need to learn the magic word. Oh, that's cool. Is that all of the different like playable things?
So basically, you have all the regular races, the primary ones, like the three types of
Yeah.
orc, Nilbogs, goblins,
The gnomes are
gnomes,
cool.
the halflings, the different kinds of elves, from the dragon elves to the wild
Nice.
elves to the
Oh
ash
yeah, I like
elves.
those ones.
And then I got to do the humans later, and then you got the dwarves, right? Of which the males are always injured of some kind, otherwise they'd be back where they're supposed to
Yeah.
be, fighting the evil at the mist. But then there's all the other minor species that can show up in the setting. So you've got centaurs, bear folk, giant kin,
That guy
the
in the
cat
middle looks
folk
like a
from the
giant
jungles.
Samoyed.
That
No,
guy, and oh, no, that's bearkin. Those are bear
oh,
folk,
there's okay.
the male and
I'm
female.
just thinking, you're playing a big Samoyed. Just shed.
Exactly. Who's the goodest of boys?
There's a good
You
boy
got
right there, though. You just had the thing on him.
the jungle cats from the south, the wolfen,
Yeah.
the lizard folk, and then back are the tainted, which are distrusted
Yeah,
everywhere.
half demons.
Yeah, especially in a world where you're fighting
I
demons.
don't know though.
and
Playing a
evil.
polar bear type dude would be kind of cool. I know
There you
people
go.
are
And
going
if
to be
you
like,
look,
"Oh my God, James, you effing furry!" But I mean, sometimes
let me show you why it's even better, James, and why you would like
you
it
have to remember, guys, that
immensely.
one of the first games I ever played after D&D was Gamma World Second Edition. So back then, though, they didn't say it was furries. Oh, they're done up like Laplanders too. Look at them.
No, they're done. It's Ukrainian, Slavic, medieval,
Oh yeah,
pre-medieval
they are. They
peasant.
got the
Wow.
fuzzy
Huh.
boots and everything on the polar bear. The wrap.
Well, that's their
No, I mean
feet.
the wrap
But yeah, they
on the
got the
polar
foot.
bear.
The foot. Yeah. He's got the wrap, and she's got the colors, the Ukrainian sort of rusky
Yeah.
colors. So you could play one and make them talk like
Oh well,
this.
yeah, strong like a bear.
Strong like bear, dead like
You've been
elf.
accused of being Nephilim? No, because Nephilim only have 4 fingers and they're very tall. You can't be a Nephilim. Sorry.
Anyway, I thought you'd enjoy
I
seeing
did
that.
enjoy seeing that. And like I said, I played Gamma World, and back then no one even knew what a furry was. So if you played an anthropomorphic mutated freaking weasel, nobody made fun of you. They just thought, oh, that's kind of cool, or a raccoon or whatever, And then the furries had to ruin everything, in my opinion. Yeah. He wouldn't be a lizard person, Squirrel Hermit. He'd be a serpent man. And the reason he lives in California is because he has to be within a relatively easy traveling distance to Mount Shasta, because I think that's where the capital of the serpent people is.
Lizard people.
Lizard people. Crab Cat is real.
The crab cat is real.
So that's why Shadow lives where he lives, so that he can hop in his spaceship or maybe go into underground tunnel networks and get up to Mount Shasta.
Well, so the belief is in the woo-woo community that Shasta is the last bastion of Lemuria, and the men and women of Mount Shasta, the last of the Lemurians, are being persecuted by the Atlantean government that controls the United States.
Get out of here. That don't even make sense.
Well, I didn't make it up.
Okay. That's weird, though, because Lemurians are basically supposed to just be like Asians.
Well, yes and no. I mean, it all depends on whose bullshit you're listening to, right?
Right.
And that's the problem with the woo-woo crowd. It all going to boil down to whose bullshit is being fed to you at any particular moment in time.
And there's a lot of it out there, man. There's a lot of bullshit out there. And some of it goes way back. I mean, you've got the bullshit that was brought to you by Socrates and those guys. And then there's like the whole, we were talking about the other day, right? The whole Victorian age was just full of woo-woo bullshit. They were doing seances and like, it's like, hey, I say, let's have a dinner party, and then at the end of the dinner party, let's see if we can summon a demon. It's like, wait, what? I don't think that's a good idea, but okay. And you had that one woman, what was her name? Madame Blavatsky or whatever.
Yep.
And she was talking all kinds of freaking mad shit. And so many people based their bullshit off of her bullshit. And then I think she based a lot of her bullshit off of Crowley's bullshit. That what they call it, Theosophy and
Theosophy. Yeah. That's a lot of the New Age stuff comes out of Theosophy.
Yeah, that was like Aleister Crowley, Mr. Crowley, what's gone wrong in your head? Yeah, John Bonham bought his house and then died in it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Got really drunk and then fell asleep and threw up while he's laying on his back. Not a good thing because then you aspirate and die.
Someone else did it. Didn't John Bonham do that?
That's what I just said.
Sorry, no, not Keith Moon. Didn't Keith Moon do that?
I don't know.
Who's the other one? There's another one who choked on their vomit. Another famous one from that period.
Yeah.
Hang on.
That's why it's super important if you're at a party and one of your bros gets really drunk, roll them on their side or their belly. So that if they do throw up, they won't aspirate and die.
Wow. Okay. So this gets creepy. Hendrix, Bon Scott, and John Bonham are all for sure on that list.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't know Hendrix died on his own vomit. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Well, live hard, die young, leave a beautiful corpse. I forget who said that, but
yeah.
Someone said that.
I didn't know that happened to Bon Scott.
Bon Scott, wasn't he the drummer for like?
He was the original singer. He was the original singer for AC/DC.
Oh yeah. I knew he died of that. Yeah, I knew that the original guy died of that. Yeah, that was that was a known thing because apparently AC/DC starting out, they were all like hardcore alcoholics, just like
and Mama Cass didn't die from choking on a ham sandwich despite all the jokes.
No, I'm pretty sure she probably had a heart attack or something.
Just looking to see how she did. Heart attack, yeah. And she was drug-free at the time.
Yep. But, the thing is, if you did a lot of coke when you were young, it's going to leave a little bit of that lasting damage. And then also, if you're morbidly obese and not taking care of yourself, then, boom, happens. Doesn't even make her a bad person. She just made some life decisions that could have been better,
Yeah.
And no judgment from me, man. Whatever. Yeah, the choked on a ham sandwich thing is just some vicious freaking lie that somebody made up because they're dicks.
No, she was fat, right? So it's funny. It's funny.
Yeah, she choked on a ham sandwich. It's like, she's fat, so she
funny because fat people are funny.
Doing?
That's how it works, right?
Right.
It's really, really disturbing how people.
That's like saying John Belushi choked on a freaking hot dog or something. It's like,
no, his heart.
He did a lot of coke and he was obese and had a heart attack.
Yeah. His fucking heart exploded.
Or John Candy or what's his name, Farley, or it's like, being overweight didn't help him, but that's not what killed him. A Wild Janet has entered the chat. Yeah.
There we go. It is Janet.
Shadow should be in here telling stories, but I think he's afraid that Bear's just going to call him gay the whole time.
Shadow, you're gay. There, I got over it. Now go ahead and get in here. You're nothing but a big poofta. Now get your poofta butt in here. It's the call of the wild shadow.
I would really like to go in there and hang out with the guys, but
they're so mean.
Put up with 2 hours of being called gay.
Yeah, exactly. So all we do is we just stand in the national park there by Mount Shasta, and we just go ba ba da ba 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 da into the hills, and Shadow will eventually come.
Fat people are funny? Question mark. I know some seriously unfunny fat, but yeah, they're called the leaders of the EU. But that aside, a lot of big guys are funny.
Well, more importantly than that, a lot of people in comedy, a lot of people in general, just like to make fun of fat people, right?
Right.
And for the longest time, it was the last thing as the woke movement took us over that you could make fun of, and then eventually they got that shit, healthy at any size, blasey, fuck off, no.
Yeah.
As a fat person, fuck no, like Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Believe the science. I'm like, well, I lost like 80 pounds. Let me tell you, I feel a difference. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no,
Like,
I lost 150, dude. I feel so much different.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that's some bullshit. I think though, and this could just be me theorizing and totally full of shit, but I think that some bigger dudes, like when they're in school, because they're bigger, they kind of become the funny guy.
Yes.
Because, I mean, they're already dealing with a bunch of shit, right?
You have to survive.
So they become the funny guy. And then some of them, like John Candy or Chris Farley, manage to make a shit ton of money being that funny guy.
Oh, yeah. But the problem with those guys who are all successful like that is now everybody expects you to be that kind of funny. So, okay, when John Candy died, okay, my mother calls me. I'm an actor. John Candy died. Yeah, I know. You should contact them. They were making a movie. You could go take his part.
Be like, that's a little morbid.
I meet with a new agent in Vancouver. And the first thing he says to me is he goes, "You're a big guy, He goes, when I look at you, I see, Norm from Cheers." And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not Chris Farley. I'm not John Candy. I'm not George Wendt. I'm more like, and I was trying to think of the name, and his secretary, who eventually became my agent when she went solo, went, John Goodman. I'm like, exactly. First fucking role he sends me out for is for a goofy fat guy. And I fucking lost my shit. I called up, gave him shit. I'm like, I fucking told you what to send me for. Do not send me for goofy fat guy. I don't do goofy fat guy. Like, Jesus Christ. People are stupid, dude. They see what they want to see.
Well, yeah, obviously. But I'll tell you one thing about John Goodman is he can play pretty much any role.
But notice he never does goofy. He never does.
Even when he's funny, it's never like goofy.
No, it's like you could put a fucking skinny guy in the role and it would work. You know what I mean? Like that's the whole
Big
point.
Lebowski, he's like the crazy Jewish guy that's, pulling 45s on people.
Donnie, you have no fucking frame of reference.
And then what was the other one he was great in was like Cloverfield 2.
That was so Cloverfield Lane. That was so fucking creepy.
Yeah. I see dead people. Well, yeah. If we're talking, like Sylvia Plath's philosophy, then yes, we're all dead. We're just waiting to die. That's a pretty nihilistic point of view, though. In Mother Russia, life is not enjoyed; it is endured. Right? You just endure it. But yeah. You know what? You'd have to be married to Roseanne Barr, though.
No.
You were the
Janet. I got bad news for you, sweetie. The tall, skinny, brown-haired girl would have been the one I'd been chasing around school. That's for sure. I have 4 sisters, right? All older than me. Madeline, who's closest to my age, we used to tease her. No joke. We used to tease her that she looked like a Mexican. So much so that we got a picture of her. My mother got a picture of her as a kid in a sombrero with maracas at this like photo place and put a poster up of it in the house. And Madeline would always be like, "Fuck you," it's like, whatever, you little Mexican, because she's short, she's dark, the whole 9 yards. Then comes Kim. Kim is the blonde, California type girl. Kim and I fucking hated each other. So I never developed an attraction to the blonde, curvy titty girl, like ever in my life. I've never been attracted to that. The Pamela Andersons and all that kind of shit. Just not for me. You know what I mean? So yeah, so the tall, thin, dark-haired girl, I'd have been chasing you around school. Would have lost some weight too. But yeah, I'm very non-traditional in what I find attractive in women, and it comes from having sisters, right? Like my sisters were, I'm adopted, so don't judge them by my ugly face. My sisters were considered very attractive, all four of them.
For Canadians.
No, for women. And I had to come up. I had to come up in the small town school system behind them, the last in the line.
Right. So you got to hear all the other guys talking about how much they wanted to do things with your.
Oh my God! You know what I mean? No, and like every teacher judged me by them as opposed to by myself, and all that kind of stuff. So I developed a very non-traditional attraction in women. The ones I like are very quirky. They're always good looking, but they're not, Pamela Anderson bombshell stuff at all.
You were this far away from being gay.
I was so close, but then
so close.
But then I got a blowjob from a girl and went, well, I guess that's not gonna happen.
It was on the list, though. Things to consider.
It was getting close. I became an actor. I was doing all sorts of things around gay people all the time. But then I discovered vagine. And once you discover vagine, that's what ruined me.
If you become gay, you could be like a famous actor by now.
I could be very famous. I'd be very big in gay porn.
No, I was thinking like real movies, It could have been you in the bird cage.
Wow, yeah, that'd have been weird. I don't think I could have ever have been as gay as Nathan Lane. Sorry.
No, that dude is really good at being gay.
Well, because he is.
Yeah, but
the only person that makes Nathan Lane look less gay is Harvey Firestein. You know what I mean?
Right, but I mean, some people are gay, but like they don't emote the gay. That dude just like throws it out there.
Oh, you mean Kevin Spacey?
Oh yeah. See, you don't know Kevin Spacey's gay in a lot of movies.
Until you know
Kevin
Spacey's
he's gay in every movie because he just
it's a beans.
He really, really makes it happen. Like Kevin Spacey, I know everybody hates him and he's a horrible human being, but LA Confidential is still one of my favorite movies of all time.
Hey, Jack's back.
Exactly. Jack's back. Yeah, Jack's back. Yeah. I mean, and in the end, when he gets shot by the dude and he's like, Rolo Tomasi.
Yeah.
Yeah. That shit all comes together really well. What a great movie full of great actors all doing like the best acting of maybe their careers, some of them. I mean, for real. So if you guys haven't seen LA Confidential, come on, guys. What are you doing? Well, John Goodman is my swamp German friend. John Goodman is a very versatile, adaptable actor. He can be the one-eyed bad guy Cyclops in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? He could be the crazy dude in The Dude Abides, freaking Big Lebowski. He can be the husband of Roseanne Barr. I mean, that dude can. He can be a bad guy, like a really bad guy. He can.
All right, I want to address something Janet said, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Yes, Janet. There are tons of straight people in the industry. You are correct. There are also metric shit tons of gay people, lesbian, trans, bi. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna tell people no. It's probably a healthy, if not a majority, it's a really, really close, like we're talking 60-40 ratio,
but
at least in Canada.
Makes sense if you think about it. Like when you're in high school, who's always doing the stage acting? Like
Not
who?
me, actually. Huh.
I mean, the majority of those guys you knew were a little bit like whatever, you know.
Didn't
I'm
care.
not saying I didn't judge them or anything. I'm
No,
just
but I'm
saying
just saying,
yeah,
I
you
never
kind of
cared.
knew, you know. It's like yeah, the guy who's in AV club and all that. They're probably you know a little light in the trousers or whatever. I don't know what the saying is, and it was just what it was, and who cares, right? Back then, no one gave a shit anyway. As a matter of fact, I used to think that there was few things on the planet funnier than gay dudes, and I ended up hanging out with a lot of gay dudes in my travels, and the like skinnier, smaller, and more like floofy they are, the funnier I think they are. I just think they're hilarious, you know. It's just like, oh my
Well,
god,
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, well, at least you're not, you know, beating them up. So
why
there's
would I do
that.
that? I mean,
No, I'm just saying, no, like there, because you know there are lots of guys out there who beat up gay guys on site. Like
you
it's
know who
like a
beats
fuck.
up gay guys? Gay guys.
Yeah, gay guys, closets. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's who beats them up. Me, I just think they're hilarious. You know, I'm just like, when some dude walks into the room super well dressed and he's like, hi, I'm just like, oh my God, how cute, you know, adorable. He's adorable. I don't want to have sex with him, but I just think they're hilarious, you know.
But you do want to put them in your pocket.
No, Pocket Hercules, that's a different thing. That's like a 5 foot tall dude that's jacked, like Glenn Danzig.
Yeah.
Calls him a Pocket Hercules, you know.
Speaking of fucked up people, eh?
Usual Suspects, yeah. Let me think. Was John Goodman in The Usual Suspects?
No,
I don't know that he was.
I don't think he was.
Oh, he's talking about Kevin Spacey, though.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Yeah, that's also a top 5 best acting of all time role right there.
Yeah, I will agree.
And fucking I don't know if you could call him the crazy Baldwin or just the different Baldwin. He was so good in that show. The religious Baldwin.
Oh,
The younger brother Baldwin, he's like super religious and everything.
Billy.
Yeah. Give me the money, you motherfucker. And what's his name?
I'm at the fucking keys, you motherfucking cocksucker.
Hand me the key. In English. That was English.
The fucking English.
Yeah, fuck.
I'm at the keys, you motherfucking cocksucker.
You're like, I wouldn't mess with him. What? You
I flip you. I flip you. Flip you for real. Yeah, exactly. Probably his best thing.
Yeah, man. That's another movie that's got to be in like almost everyone's top 10. I mean, it's just everything about it so mythical. And then after it ends, you don't know what, if anything you saw was actually true. I mean, you know, because the guy telling the story that is the movie is a lying son of a bitch. And he made it all up. So it's like, what actually happened? Okay. I had lots of friends that were in the movie industry, mostly guys that pretended to be bisexual. Yeah, there were always those one guys that kind of would let that on, but you never actually saw them with a guy, but they would say they were gay or bi. But
yeah, I saw the opposite a lot more. The guy who had a beard because he didn't want anybody to know he was gay. But there we go, Jen.
Yeah, there was a lot of that too. The guy with the girlfriend who was always actually not with the girlfriend.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, who cares about all that? That's boring now. Hey, I put the link in there, Doc, if you're whatever. I put the link in for whoever, but
why don't you switch our positions back and forth so I'm no longer in the host seat? Please.
Doc's doing whatever he's doing. Janet wants to argue about the actual demographics of gay people.
Yeah, I don't know why she wants to argue about something because a bunch of people she knew were straight, a bunch of people I knew were gay. It's just the nature of the beast, Janet. It's, you know, you had your experience, I had mine. They're not, neither of our experiences, I would say, even now in retrospect, are not at all barometers for the reality.
Yeah, I'd say you're both right. depending on where you were standing on any particular day. You are 100% right, just passerby. What we do know about that movie is that Kaiser Sose killed a shit ton of people. Yeah, that's mainly what we know.
Yes.
Or we expect, because for all we know, he hired some of his boys to go in and do it, because that was what he did. He is the ultimate like criminal mastermind. You know, he's got everyone working for him all over the whole world, and they don't even know they're working for him. And then he can get anybody anywhere at any time. You know, he's like the Lex Luthor of that fucking movie, you know. Just another 2 to 3 weeks and you're flat broke. That sucks, homie. Yeah. I'm waiting for Christmas presents for my wife to come in. One of them's going to come in on Christmas Day, but that's okay. That's okay. You know, I won't even wrap it. I'll just be like, here, have this. You know, I love you.
It's going to come in on Christmas Day. It's going to travel back in time.
January 7th.
Oh, your Christmas. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Whatever.
So, yeah, you know, I mean, I went all out because I always do. She asked for something that cost like $17. I bought her the $100 version because, you know, she's a good wife and I like her to know that. Went and seen my father-in-law yesterday, ate a shit ton of ribs, came home and like passed out from the meat sweats. You know how it is when you eat just so much meat that you just pass out. I was just like, and yeah, like I said, oh man, Bear.
What?
So the kids, before they left today, they were looking for their cat, Nyla, right? Mm-hmm. She's a little Persian.
Mm-hmm.
And they're calling and looking, can't find her. So my wife finally comes in the room and she's like, they can't find the cat. Is the cat in this room? And I'm like, no, the cat's not in this room. So I get up. I walk out the living room. Hey, look. Damn it. With this connection.
Yeah, seriously.
Okay, we're back. But run straight up to me.
Oh, nice.
I don't know.
Buddy, your internet's for shit right now.
Open a little bit so that she has one.
We're not hearing the story, James.
Yeah. Now I'm back again. See what you did? You made me move us and then it fucked everything up.
Well, if Shadow was here.
I think Shadow, because I kept inviting him, he like left and then he like turned on his freaking denial of service bullshit and he's DNSing my fucking channel. And that's why we keep getting like connection issues.
Interesting. Have you seen a doctor about these thoughts you have?
I'm just imaginative, man.
Yeah, sure. Just remember, when you act on that imagination, that's when the problems begin.
How would I act on that?
On Shadow?
Nah, I'd be afraid to go.
Hey, I'm just giving you good ideas here at this point.
He lives in the middle of a desert. You know, remember I told you the other day I watched Fright Night? That would be like what Hunting Shadow would be. You know, because he's in the middle of the desert and he's a vampire. I'm not going out there. There's rules. Because of the Christmas heresy. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's probably not it, but okay. That's cool. So what did we run the only lady who ever shows up to my show off? And by we I mean me, maybe.
I don't know what you're saying.
Because when I look at my analytics, it's like 99.9% men.
Mine
like
too.
0.01. It's like, how did they even do that? 0.01 that's like, so for every like 10,000 views I get, one of them's a woman. I mean, how's that work?
What are my analytics now? Because the music channel might have slightly different, but I don't think so. Where do I find this? Analytics. Audience.
I put videos and live streams out, and I'm lucky to break 100 or so views on any of it.
Me too.
I put a short from a live stream out, and I'll get like 3,000 views.
So this is a complete lie, because I know some women who visit my channel. It says 100% male. I'm like, no, there's at least 3 or 4 women that visit my channel, so that can't be 100%. But yeah.
But maybe Nerds Nerd in her whatever she put that she was a dude.
Yeah, but April didn't. Jess doesn't. Pia doesn't. There's a bunch of women that visit me.
Because I know that a lot of when I used to play MMOs pretty heavy, there were a lot of female players that would play male characters because they didn't want to be harassed.
Yeah, that I know for sure.
Nerds, you know.
Yeah, that I know.
Yeah, so. And then there were a lot of dudes that would play girl characters and run around begging people for. They'd make like the biggest breasted whatever girl character, dress her as scantily as possible, and then run around the main hub begging for money and shit. Is like, so they were basically like OnlyFans e-girls before either of those existed. And they were guys. But apparently one of the most famous like OnlyFans girl now is an AI that some dude runs and people send her money and it's an AI. It's like, wow, you guys need to go do something with yourselves. I mean, hit the gym, something. Because that ain't right. Where is Shadow? Not going to quit talking about him until I see him.
Shadows on the radio.
And when I'm good and I think I've had enough, she sends a message coming down from up above.
We got a thing that's called radar love. Radar love. Exactly.
So I like that art you showed me earlier. We didn't play any games this week because everyone I know has some kind of flu. So I told them to all keep their asses home because I don't need anything they got. You know. And of course, my daughter couldn't come by for Christmas because she's got the flu, but that makes sense since she's also got a kid in like daycare. So I just told her, you know, you're going to have the flu for like the next 5 years, right? At least. Just get used to it, you know. That's just how it's going to be. You know what I mean? If you got a kid in daycare, you are going to have a cold or a flu.
Come here. Jesus Christ.
Forever.
Okay, you feel better now? You feel better?
He's like, yeah, I feel better.
Are you happy now? You got your face in my face. You showed me your bum. You feel better? You feel good?
He's trying to start a Cats OnlyFans.
I tried. When they were kittens, I put up an OnlyFans for them. of just them as kittens, pictures of them as kittens and videos, and it got fucking removed for inappropriate content.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess it was the wrong kind of pussy. What can I say? No, I guess we weren't talking. That was probably early on before I really met you. But some of the old people on my channel might remember that. It was too fucking funny, man. You guys
I
were
don't
too
remember
inappropriate
that.
for OnlyFans. You were too inappropriate for. It was about 3 years ago when I got these fuckers.
Wow.
Okay, get fucking comfortable and get your claws out of me.
So basically, OnlyFans is telling you that Belle Delphine is more appropriate than your cats.
They're saying lady buttholes are more appropriate than cat buttholes. I don't know what to tell you. And they didn't even show theirs off, just every now and then being framed because they're cats and they like to show you their bums.
Yeah,
they like to
that
go,
is
look
the
at
weird
this.
thing with
Okay,
cats.
bye.
Cats are like, hey,
Look at this.
my ass. Catch you later.
Now watch me eat. Watch me eat. Okay, sorry, Mr. All right, you going to the bathroom? I'm going to come with you. No, I don't want you in the bathroom. I don't care. I'm coming with you.
Oh
Keep
my
you
God,
safe.
Nyla. The cat we're babysitting, that is her go-to move. As soon as you go to the bathroom and sit down, she's there. And she wants to rub on your legs and just carry on and be like, pet me. And you're like, ugh. All right. All right. Whatever.
Beans has to climb up onto my lap if I'm on the toilet. Like he has to be in my arms. It's like he gets really spare if I don't. So now I just lock him out of the bathroom and just be like, fuck you, go away, leave me alone.
Yeah. But like, look, enough. Enough is enough is enough. This is definitely enough. I am painting a thick barbarian. Oh my God. This chick is like dangerously thick.
She's so thick.
It's like, damn, she dummy thick. It's because they're black. You should sue them. I sued OnlyFans. Be like, you're racist towards black cats. That'd have been funny.
You know, for a guy who said he had to go, you could have been doing all this comedy here in live chat until you left.
Doc, where'd he say he had to go?
I have to go pick someone up soon. Plus, I'm insanely angry at my job right now. He said that about
Okay.
A while ago.
Well, I mean, you know, understandable. I mean, I totally understand why you might be feeling all kinds of ways for what it's worth, bro. See, I've never been suspended from a job because everything I ever done that would have got me in trouble led to termination.
Yep, exactly. I've never been suspended. I've only ever been
I'm
fired.
not even sure about suspension. You know, if I got a message saying, "Hey, head into HR for a minute," I already knew what was going on. Fine. All right. And just go out with a blast, right? Roll into HR, and when they're like, "Do you know why you're here?" Just make a joke out of the whole thing.
I used to walk into my HR meetings and open up with this line: "What'd I do now?"
What I do now, yeah, right?
Why would you say that? Because I'm here for a reason. So what did I do? Well, I just don't like that you start the conversation like that. All right, cool. Well, I apologize. All right, so here's what the problem is, and this is what you did wrong. Aha! Aha! You know, like Jesus, these fucking people annoy me. I would much rather deal with drunks and barflies for the rest of my life than ever have to deal with corporate again.
Well, it's like HR is like a job they invented to give to Karens.
Yeah, well, it's to give women something they get promoted into in a corporation because there was no way in hell they were letting them take over.
Yeah, they weren't going to let them be CEO or something, so they let them.
Which they do now. They've made that mistake more than once.
They let them be HR, and then all they do is cause problems. But
so I want to show you something, James.
Let's see it.
Hang on, I gotta make sure it's open. Give me a second. There it is. So in Final Age, I know I talk about Final Age a lot, but it's my It's my Hyperborea. There is a place called Novokrozdok, which is a city-state on the rivers.
Oh, nice. Look at these guys.
And they're basically Kievan Rus.
They are Kievan Rus. Look at him. Nice.
So if
He's
you
got
look
her
at the map,
braid and he's got his pointy hat.
hang on, let me show you. Let me show you. It gets
Man.
better. It gets
I
better.
love
It gets
that.
better. It gets better. Hang on. It's get fucking Mac. Why are you not behaving? Come here.
Because it's Mac.
No, it's for other reasons. So let me change the stop sharing that, and I'll share this instead. So this is the map. If you want to zoom out, there's let it activate it. So this is the map, right, of the Shining Realms.
Oh, nice.
And
That's
you got
a
the
good
great.
map. I like it.
You got. Thank you. You got the Great Plains over here, which is, there's a big, massive zombie horde hanging out on the Great Plains. But up, if you go from literally the port of Ishmir all the way up this river system through these lakes, all the way up across the plains, you eventually come to Novokrozdok, which is basically they sail these rivers trading like Kievan
What does
Rus.
Krusdok mean?
Novokrozdok. God, I looked it up.
I mean,
when I read the
Novo is
name.
new.
Yeah, Krozdok is like, I can't remember what the hell it was. It was something I portmanteaued two words together. Hang on. Let me see what I can figure out on that. Hang on.
I don't think that's a reason you should stop talking to us at all, Janet. You can't do two things at once.
Yeah, you can't talk to us in a bubble bath. I mean, come on. My ex
And
used to
just
call
passerby, 100%. You got it. The aha.
Aha. Exactly.
Yeah, that was. I think that
Aha.
was Eddie Murphy dressed up as an old Jewish guy.
Yeah, exactly. Krusdok. Let's see if I can get it into English. No, it's not that, and it's not Lithuanian. It was a Russian origin. I can't remember what it was. It had a meaning.
Sounds good though. It sounds good.
It had a meaning though. I can't remember what the hell it was.
It looks good. I like those characters. I already know if I was playing in that game, what characters I'd be playing then.
You want to play them?
Yeah.
Well, there's also, if you come down here, hang on. Let me zoom out a bit for you. If you come down here to the Western Steppes, this is all like Mongoli, Kyrgyz type people. But up here in the mountains, along here, the mountains that run along them are like Slavic barbarian tribes. So like Wolfhound, right, from that Russian movie. People like that live in those mountains. So there's another Slavy type thing for you. So there you go. But yeah, Novokrozdok is based.
Makes me want to go dance with Prizyatka moves.
There you go, Papa Squat. But Novokrozdok is
Big
based.
Lebowski next Sunday. You'll like it, Janet.
There you go.
I think
if you've never seen it before, you'll like it a lot. Have you ever seen the Russian fantasy movie Sadko?
No, I don't think so.
They translated it into English as one of the Sinbad movies. Like, I think it's the 8th one. I can't remember which one it is. But anyway, there's this Russian movie Sadko, which is about this actual legend from Kiev, right? From the Kievan Rus. What the hell did it was 1953 movie. It's really good. It's from Novgorod. I know I based the name off something to do with Novgorod, but I can't remember what the hell it means. That's been so long since I wrote it. It was remade as The Magic Voyage of Sinbad. That's it. They cut it down as redubbed it as The Magic Voyage of Sinbad. But the actual Russian movie Sadko is really good, and it's based on this legendary stuff about this Kievan Rus character, Sadko, and it's really good. Really, really good. I highly recommend checking it out.
Like, of all the old Soviet movies that they made way back in the day, one of them I've watched a lot is the one about Ilya Muromets.
I've seen that.
Yeah, where he's a giant and he can't walk, but then a priest comes and heals him, and then he goes out and starts tearing tree stumps out of the ground, and then he finds a sword, and then he goes to war against I'm not sure if they're Mongols or Penichegs or whatever the hell they are.
Yeah, that movie's called The Sword and the Dragon. I've seen it.
Yeah, and then he makes two friends that are like brothers, and
it's a good
but
movie.
the king doesn't like him because he's a badass, and he captures a wind demon and all this and that. And yeah, it's a cool movie,
Later, Doc. Yeah, well, anyway, I think you would really like Sadko a lot. You should check
I'll
it
have
out.
to look that up.
Obviously with subtitles because you don't want to hear fucking bad, you know,
Right.
bad Russian dubs. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Here's your mountain people that I was just telling you about. So you can
Mountain
have an idea.
people.
These are your mountain
Do
Slavs.
they live in hollers? Oh, those guys are cool too, though. Oh yeah. Look at that axe. That axe looks like that's made to do work.
Or work someone over.
That's what I meant. I was using do work in like the street gang terminology.
I gotcha. I was just being ironical.
Yeah, ironical. Yeah. Yeah, those guys look cool too, man. Man, oh man.
I'm putting a lot of effort into this, and I really hope it sells well.
Well, me too. But it doesn't, like, whether it sells well or not, I don't think takes away from the artistic quality of it. I mean, if it doesn't sell well, it just means there's a bunch of idiots out there who don't recognize a good thing when they see it. Because,
well, you know,
because let's be honest, most modern D&D players are idiots.
That we can agree on. Just a passerby, if you keep looking, you'll find Sadko on YouTube as well, because that's where I found it.
Yep. And also, I don't know if you're in my Discord, passerby, but I posted the link to the Vikings to basically everyone. It's a 2016 Russian movie about Vladimir the Great. And it is I mean, even if it weren't a Russian movie, it's just a great adventure movie, you know? Like, just politics and fighting and you know, all kinds of stuff just get going down. It's just a good movie, just a very well-written movie. And you know, I'll be honest, I didn't think the Russians even made good movies. I mean, because the Ilya Muromets movie, it's okay, but it's one of those 1950s Stalin was forcing them to make movies or something, and you know, so it's good, but it's not great. But then all of a sudden, you see like Warhound and freaking the Vikings, and there's another one too about the 100 guys that held off against the Vikings on that hilltop for like days so that people could evacuate from Kiev. And that one's amazing too. And in the end, the Mongolian Khan had like all 100 of those men buried as heroes. According to the movie, I don't know if they did that in real life, but yeah, according to the movie. Because of the fact that they had held off his entire army for like so long so that the people could escape. They fled from Kiev to Novgorod because Novgorod never fell. It did surrender and agree to pay the tithes, but they never fell. So, you know, there's that.
Did you see Shadow's video this morning?
No, and I've been up early, man.
Put up a video talking about Greyhawk Grognard and Joe the Lawyer's AI. Yeah, the AI videos. Yeah, he made a weird insinuation towards a Greyhawk Grognard. I think he has an issue with him or something. I don't know. But it was a weird. It was an interesting video. He made some valid fucking points.
He usually does. But
he also made some shadowisms too.
Like, yeah, Night Watch was good. Day Watch, not as good, but still pretty good. If Shadow had an issue with Greyhawk Grognard, I would be super surprised.
Yeah, I know. It's just weird the way he said it. He goes, and he did this like weird.
That guy is so vanilla.
Joseph? Yeah, Joseph's not.
And I don't even mean that in a negative way. I just mean he's just like, not controversial at all. You know, it's like he says things and you're like, yeah, okay. Or you're like, nah, you know, whatever. I actually watched some of his videos because Greyhawk will always and forever be one of my favorite settings. Definitely a top 5 setting. Number 6 would be Baptism of Fire, but I don't want to count that or Lion and Dragon in my top 5 settings since they're just based on Earth. You know, and they're the other, I mean, it's just Earth, but you throw a couple monsters in if you want, right? So, I mean, I don't know if that really, I want to count that as top 5 fantasy settings. I know my number 1 setting. I know a setting that's climbing the ranks pretty fast too.
What's that?
I ain't telling you.
Okay.
Because I forgot the name of it, even though you just showed me art from it. That was awesome.
Final Age.
Final Age. Yeah.
The Shining Realms. They used to shine very bright. It was a great place. Then the fall, the scourge, evil. We're going to take care of it. We're fighting back. All the elves, they came into our territory. They're here illegally. I don't care. We'll send them back.
We'll send them back. Yeah.
Where they're coming from, the scourge runs rampant. We're not going to allow that here in the Holy Lands.
Not allowing it. Right. Yeah, Final Age is starting to look really good. Like really good. It looked good, but it's starting to look like really good. So here's hoping other people agree with me on that. And Shadow said he's going to email me the bunnies and burrows and the Arduins. So, and he wants me to let him know when they arrive.
They got bunnies. They got burrows. That's what I hear.
That's what I hear.
I built burrows. How I made my fortunes. I let the bunnies move in. I let the badgers move in. It didn't matter if you had the money. You got a burrow. It's the way it is. The way it used to be.
The way it used to be. We built burrows like no one had ever seen before.
We're going to build so many burrows. You're going to be sick of burrows. You're going to be saying, hey, I don't want to build any more burrows, but we're going to keep building them. What? What'd you say?
I said, all right, my love. My wife is going to Aldi's.
Wow, that got creepy fast.
Yeah, I wasn't calling you my love.
Yeah, you're like, all right, my love, President Trump. I love you, President Trump.
Well, I mean, I don't love him, but I respect him.
I would like to have your man babies.
No. Not
you don't even know what a man baby is, so stop talking.
A jelly baby?
Ooh. That's good.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the jelly beans that Dr. Number 4 ate all the time.
Jelly baby?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a filthy, horrible thing to say to somebody, jelly baby.
Is it?
Yes. It's like the worst. But anyway. Yep. I will have to watch Shadow's videos. Usually I catch him live and make sure to, but if I got to catch him after the fact, I'll give him his thumbs up and leave him a little thing, a little comment, because that matters. And the other person I do that for a lot too is like the Unchained and whatevered.
Hey, you can ask. Yeah, Unchained Unscripted. Yeah.
Yeah, I always Janet's LOLing. She probably just get in my belly. Janet. Sweet
my belly. It's a great place to be. Get inside it. So I have a question for you.
I like that lady. A great place to be. Get inside it.
Get inside.
Getting a little bit out of control over here. He needs to calm down.
All I'm saying is my belly. It's the place. It's the best belly. Everyone knows. They say how do you get such a great belly? That's what they ask me, and I always tell them the same way. Diet Coke and Big Macs. Anyway, so I asked
You
this
got to be the
question.
president to afford a Big Mac these days.
Well, seriously, eh? I asked this question as a poll, and I got some good results. But I wonder what you think about it. So I'm thinking, because I'm seeing a slowdown in traction on my Zeg Media channel, like a big one. I
Really?
think combining the music and my panel chill stream stuff in the same channel is causing sort of a disconnect. Like, the people who are just into the music but aren't into RPGs are sort of losing interest. The people who are into the RPGs but they don't care for the music aren't showing up. So I'm getting this weird sort of dead middle zone, right? So I've been thinking about recreating my RPG channel, Bear Gen X GM, just and focusing on my RPG stuff there, and using the Zeg channel, what it was supposed to be, which
I
is
would
the music,
definitely keep the Zeg channel,
just as the music, right? Just for the
just the
music.
music and stuff. Because
Yeah.
like the other day, I mean, of course, you know, I was on because I was making fun of you and stuff.
Yes, you were.
And I really did like that one song, Sabbat Queen. I thought that was
Sabbath
pretty,
Queen, yeah.
yeah. I was like, oh yeah, yeah. She could be a bad guy in a vampire game, right? Yeah. I mean, if you're just gonna do music, just do the music. And then if you
Yeah.
want to have a RPG thing, do an RPG thing. Hell, make a channel where all you do is show off your art and everything for Final Age.
Well, I think that's what the other channel would be, right? It would be
Like a hype channel for whatever you're
Well,
working.
I wouldn't want to have three channels running. That'd be weird. So I was thinking of just bringing back the one channel,
Right.
Well, restarting it and doing all my live plays there, doing all my lore videos there, doing my chill
Right.
streams there, and all that sort of stuff. Shadow, get your ass in here. Put the link up for Shadow, please.
I don't know. I think Shadow don't like us anymore.
I think Shadow's gay. Man vampire.
And also, it's like, I don't know. Like we were saying, we'll have to find out why Shadow hates Greyhawk Grognard, because that's weird. If he'll talk to us instead of just hanging out in chat, you know, being away. The other day I watched him. He had a panel and Jackie was on, and I tried to get on, and my internet, not only like my actual internet went out. So
okay, I don't want to talk crazy. I literally just had a miracle. I'm 55 years old, and I typed Caribbean properly the first time.
Caribbean, dude, I think I could spell that since I was 13 because I played so much Sid Meier's Pirates.
Yeah, well,
that might have been the only words I could have done correctly.
I'm always because you say Caribbean in the States, but here they say Caribbean.
Well, I think Caribbean is correct.
Well, I don't know, but I just in my head I always try and spell Cara, and it's not. It's Cari. You know, it's Caribbean.
Right, because the Indians on one of the islands were the Carib.
Yes, there were the Carib, and then there were also the who were the ones? Oh my God, I used to know the name of this one, the Jamaican.
Well, on Puerto Rico, they're Boricua.
No, but there was the Jamaican natives. I can't remember what the hell they were called.
Well, anyway, what's up, Ironcaster? And yes, suffice to say, your boy played hundreds upon maybe thousands of hours of
Arawak. They were the Arawak. That was it.
Sid Meier's Pirates when I was a kid, man. It was like, you can find the movie Viking, the Russian one, on YouTube, and it's the whole movie. Yeah, El Carib. But that helped me out too, because we went to the tavern one night for a my brother-in-law really likes watching.
Here's why I'm sharing with you why I was trying to spell Caribbean, because there's an area of the Final Age called the Azure Isles, which is all basically voodoo and pirates, and they're surrounded by the Shining Sea and the Kraken Sea and all this shit, so they always have to fight krakens and shit, but they sail and they don't give a fuck. Well, I'm sharing an image of them with you.
Okay. I am putting my hand near the button to click it. Well, where is it?
It didn't come through.
Oh, it went directly to the.
Hey, Hungar.
I got it. Ungar. He probably just woke up.
Done pretty badass.
All right. Yeah, look at that. Voodoo Pirates.
Yeah.
That's kinda cool.
Voodoo Pirates. Let's see if I can get the image bigger for you. There you go.
There you go. Necromancer Pirates. They look really cool too.
Well, they're not necromancers. They use voodoo. They fight the scourge by using its own energy against it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Lots of
standing by
tattoos.
Necromancer Pirates.
All right, you do what you got to do. I'm not going to fight you on that. That's your choice.
Thank you, sir.
But they look pretty fucking badass.
They do. They really do.
So because I'm
And
using
that's
this,
good
and
because
honestly,
there's probably a market out there for people who want to play a role playing game where they can be a pirate.
well, they can absolutely do that.
I mean, I just
but
do
the-
everything Janet and do not look at algorithms, but I am not my size. So, yeah, same here, Janet. Oh, you're out in Knoxville? Well, okay.
Yeah, Janet, I'm not trying to I am monetized on the Zeg channel. It's just I don't want to lose the music crowd. You know what I mean? And I know from experience if I'm doing an RPG thing and we even play like one or two songs, it's like talking about Star Trek. Suddenly my viewers go, you know what I mean? Like there's some people that just do not want to hear the music. I don't understand why they feel that way. I think they're silly for feeling that way, but it's their choice, and I'm not going to fault them for it.
Like if I ever start doing music reviews again, I'll make a different channel. And it won't be DM James. It'll be something like Cool James.
It'll be DJ James.
Yeah, it'll be something like that because it's just doesn't work, you know. If you put out a video talking about how much Wizard Coast sucks, and then you put out a video talking about how much you like Upchurch, it's like the crowds are so different that you end up losing both. You know what I'm saying? So yeah you'd be better off doing it.
Yeah,
I did do a video review of Gumbo, and someone else did a compilation review where they just took bits of people who did reviews and put them all together. And I'm on it. And I'm the only white guy. It's like there's like 20 people doing this country rap song, and it's all brothers. And then you see my white bearded ass being like, I like this. This is pretty badass. You know? Someone sent the link to me. I was like, all right, I have arrived. I have been accepted. I went to their side of town and they accepted me as one of their own.
Jesus Christ.
Super, man. I'm good with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not complaining at all. I'm like, hell yeah. But
well, I tried the experiment, Janet, of bringing it all into one channel, and it's not working out as well as I thought it would. So it's better, I think, to cater to two crowds, you know?
Exactly. Because unfortunately, these kids today with their hula hoops and Dan Fogelberg albums got an attention span that can only be measured in nanoseconds.
Kids today with their hula hoops, their Zima and their Dan Fogelberg records.
Yeah. Ernest Borgnine. I have a meme I've had on my computer probably for like 20 years. And it just says Borg and then -9. And it's Ernest Borgnine, but he's got all like the Borg stuff on his face. So, you know, he's got all the metal bits and shit. Borgnine. I'm sorry you didn't find that funny.
No, it's cute.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
I just fucking hate puns.
You know, Ernest Borgnine, you want to know something weird about that dude? When he was really young, he was an incredibly handsome young man. Then he got older and something happened. He turned into everybody's Jewish grandpa, like overnight. Is like, you know, at least Shaq,
I don't know how
maintained a little bit of his handsome.
I think you're a little crazy on the he was a handsome man. I mean, look, let's take a quick gander, shall we? This is 1955.
All right, let's see what we got. Yeah,
no, he's not. Yeah, Janet, is that a handsome man? We'll ask the ladies.
He's all right.
Would you want to buy a beer, buy him a drink? I mean, really? Look, I'm a straight
You
dude. I don't
would,
know.
because he would be the funnest guy at the bar.
Yeah,
Unless what's his name was there? What's his name? Winkler or whatever.
Henry Winkler?
No, the guy from Kelly's Heroes.
Donald Sutherland?
No, the one that was the supply officer, and they like had to get all the shit off of him, and he was always bitching. God, he used to roast
Don Rickles.
Yeah, Don Rickles. He used to roast the shit out like Dean Martin and those guys. It'd be so funny, man.
Yeah.
He's
Janet
a nice
thinks
looking guy.
Janet thinks he's a nice looking. There you go, Janet. I'm not going to argue with you then. I'm just going to.
I'm telling you,
Excuse me. Hang on a minute. Fuck off, cat.
And then he turned into my Jewish great grandpa like overnight. It was like, okay. Oh man, I'll tell you what. My pop's mom, when she was young, she was a very she looked like model from Fiddler on the Roof, the movie. Do you know who I'm talking about? The second oldest sister, which I always thought was the prettiest sister. Even though I always thought that the woman who played Golda, the mom, was the most attractive of the lot. Even when I was young, I always thought that Tevye's wife was way more attractive. But yep, he's got pictures of her when she's young and she looks like model. And then you see her when she's like 60 and she's a babushka, she's got the thing on her head and like looks like, she's wearing the big winter jacket up in Queens. She's looks like a refrigerator with a freaking scarf around her head. Jesus Christ. It happens, I guess. Ernest was in Soylent Green. I didn't know that. He's a 7 or an 8. See? Yeah, he's not a bad looking guy.
7 or an 8?
Look,
wow, beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Is not what we think.
I get it. I'm just saying. Jesus Christ, 7 or an 8.
Yeah, think about this. There is some evidence that Homo sapiens sapiens women actually chose to have sex with Neanderthals.
Okay.
Like consensually. And Neanderthals had big brow ridges and giant noses and were burly as hell. So, I mean, there were some of those human women that took a look at that big burly goofy bastard and was like, that guy right there. You know what I'm saying?
What do you give him, Janet?
Brow ridge.
What does Misty get out of 10, Janet?
Oh, Misty's a 10 out of 10 all day.
All day, every day, Misty. You're just
all day, every
fine.
Day, and twice on Sunday, Misty.
You are the cutest of the cute.
She is pretty adorable. Misty, you are definitely one of the cutest cats ever. She's looking at the screen.
But that's okay.
I don't know if you're as pretty as Nyla, but Nyla's a big fuzzy Persian with the big blue eyes. Nyla's just a pretty cat. Someone rang your doorbell while you're in the bubble bath. I've seen movies that started exactly that way, Janet.
Yeah, but I've seen horror and porn movies that have started that way. So be careful, Janet. Be careful.
So yeah, that could be the start of a porn or the start of a horror movie. It's like, meow. Yeah, right. But yeah, I mean, Beans is adorable, but Misty's definitely got Beans beat in the looks department.
Absolutely.
I mean, he is just adorable.
But Beans is all personality all day.
Whatever they decide to, say they are, I'll go along with it. I don't really give a shit.
No, I agree with you on that.
Pre-recorded. It is not pre-recorded. However, a lot of words are automatically banned by YouTube, and if you act up, I'll block your ass for no good reason.
And that's how that plays out.
Yeah. But if you want to talk about whatever we're talking about, which is role-playing games, painting, and movies, and whether or not Ernest Borgnine is an attractive man when he was young, jump in there. You know who I think the most attractive old school star is probably the guy from Apocalypse Now. Colonel Kurtz. Brando when he was young.
Brando when he was young, yeah, absolutely.
Streetcar Called Desire and all that. Yes, this is
sure.
live currently. Burger Planets, Balloon. Where do you guys come up with your names? I mean, lots of stream loop old. No. But see what happens because I have restream when I'm done streaming this. I can pick like 5 30-second clips that the thing will do, and then they'll put them up in shorts. And then the shorts will get thousands of views, and the actual stream will get like 110. It's awesome that way. Not that I give shit because I'm having a great time. We got the Swamp German from the Netherlands here. We've got my Russian comrade here. We've got Janet, the monster here. Used to be a stream. Thai. Oh, nice. Thailand. The joke about Thailand, if you're standing in a room and there's like 20 super hot chicks, but like 10 of them are taller than 5'4", those are all dudes. But they'll tell you, so I respect that. Right? I saw a show where they sent Carl Pilkington to Thailand and they dressed him up like a lady boy. And he was, Carl with his orange-shaped head all stubbly and shit. It was funny. Bangkok.
Oriental setting, but the city don't know what the city is getting. The creme de la creme of the chess world in a show with everything but you, brother. It's Iceland or the Philippines or Hastings or this place.
There's an actual, I think she might be a Thai lady that does a remake of that song.
I believe it.
Yeah, I ain't got any problem with them as long as they're honest. If they're honest, then, if people like that, that's fine. And if they don't, that's fine. That's not, whatever. I've never the closest I've ever got to Thailand is we have a really good Thai restaurant in downtown Orlando, and I love it. And I go there and I get the Thai spicy pad Thai with shrimp. And, oh man, Thai food is like Chinese food, but like the next level up. You know what I mean? It's like you can get Chinese fried rice and it's pretty good. But then you get Thai fried rice and you're like, oh my God, I never want to eat Chinese fried rice again. It's kind of wild how that shit works out, But
time flies. Doesn't seem a minute since the Tyrolean Spa has the chess boys in it. All changed, and don't you know that when you play at this level, there's no ordinary venue.
Yeah.
I fucking love that song so much.
That was such, yeah. And I hung out with a guy when I played Vampire who was convinced it was about drag queens. And I had to literally sit down with him and go over the lyrics.
I get my kicks above the waistline, sunshine.
Right. And he said, but he mentions queens. And I'm like, there's a piece on the chessboard called The Queen, right? I mean,
I don't see you guys rating the kind of mate I'm contemplating. I'd let you watch. I would invite you, but the queens we use would not excite you.
I just put a primer coat on this
looks nice.
Barbarian lady. And the reason some people who've been on the here with me, you might have noticed I'm painting a lot of barbarian ladies. It's because I have female players in my D&D game, and they're all playing Viking barbarian type characters. So I I like to give them a huge selection of miniatures to choose to be their character. Like this could be my wife. That's why I painted her hair blonde. Even though she's way too tall, my wife's like 5'3". You know, this lady's 6 foot easy.
Hello Parsons has an interesting question.
Clip Bishop, Janet. Oh, hello, Persons. James, why were you posting on the forum that you hate blacks? Which forum was that? You're going to have to be specific. I mean, I post that on so many forums.
I think it was Stormfront.
Oh, are they still around? They used to be in Tampa.
Don't know.
Yeah. But that was also the name of the one person in The Boys, wasn't it? Stormfront?
Yes.
Yeah. He's painting Little Mermaid figures. I do have mermaids, Clip Bishop. So, haha, you're right. Are you a vinegar person or a mustard person? Okay. What are we talking about? I mean, if I'm eating a pastrami on rye, it's always mustard. But if you're talking barbecue, it's dry rub every time, Carolina style. Why is his handle Zog Media? It's not. It's Zeg Media. Come on, guys.
Zeg. Come on, guys. Zenith Entertainment Group. Stop your bullshit.
That's just being stupid. And if I have to block all of you,
that's just people looking for shit. That's just they're looking to try some shit. That's all. Fuck them.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, Salmon, vinegar is awesome to use in your mop water. If you don't want to use chemicals and stuff, put some nice strong vinegar in the mop water. Yes, it will make things smell like vinegar, but it's a great cleaner. And it's also very healthy for you, but you want to mix it with a lot of water before you drink it or it'll eat the enamel off your teeth. Is there vinegar-based dry rub? Probably.
There has to be.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's also a Carolina thing, the dry rub, vinegar or mustard.
Yeah, it's a Carolina thing, yeah.
Yeah, that's Carolina. Because you don't really get into the tomato-based sauces or whatever until you get west. Once you get west, then that's when you get all that. So just passerby, I had Thai food at the second Christmas day. It was too spicy. Never survive an episode of Hot Ones. Yeah, that's why, like my Thai restaurant, it comes with like mild, medium, spicy, and then Thai spicy. Because spicy is really like medium. So you see what I mean? But I never have a problem with it. I order the tea with cream and the pad thai. It's great. But when I went through Fire Academy, one of my best friends at the academy, he was a Filipino guy, and we're still best friends. And I don't know if it's all Filipinos, but this dude, it was like once you were his friend, his family considered you to be like basically part of their family. So I used to go to his mom's house and stuff and eat and stuff, and it was pretty good.
Regin?
Yeah, I saw the one guy being a whatever. I mean, they should know better.
Seems like you're like when you got rid of Twitch, this seemed to drop off, but now it looks like a bunch of idiots are coming in.
I used to love this channel, but the racism is too much. I have no other choice than to report this channel for racism. Sorry, sir. I don't even know who you are, Horseplop. But
I think his name says it all.
But have fun with that.
Looks like a bunch of 12-year-olds got internet subscriptions for their Christmas presents.
Yeah, I'd say I just pissed somebody off, and it's probably somebody that's like interconnected between us and Lao and whatever, and they've
Yeah,
decided
probably.
to do a thing. You know, it's like whatever.
They decided to choose stupidity as their option.
It's like I have no choice but to report.
Oops, we lost them. Wow.
Go.
Oh, well, there we go.
I'm back. I hit the wrong button, actually. Original meme songs. I like original meme songs. See, these are just a couple of guys that are,
I think this is one guy.
yeah, doing their thing. It's
Well,
stupid,
I'm
but
going to bounce on over to your live stream so I can just go ahead and add these guys to my block list.
yeah. This is you and your boyfriend late at night. So I guess the one guy is saying derogatory terms towards gay people, and then Gape is also being derogatory towards gay people.
Mhm.
Maybe you guys should learn to be a little bit more forgiving.
All right, so that's 2 of them banned. 3 of them. I think I got them all.
I wonder if
We'll see.
Hello Persons. Is this the Swamp German being a jerk? Get blocked trolls. Hey, it's my birthday. See, this is why I think my viewership will never go up, because I block everybody I don't know if they say anything stupid.
Probably a good idea.
Well, I mean, you know, it's like, come on, guys. What's a croag? I wonder.
What's a croag? I don't know.
Hey, he said, so you're all croags. I'm like,
Yeah, I
don't
see that.
what
I
a
have no
croag
idea.
is. That must be a European thing.
Could be.
Shardenzar, I recognize that guy. Someone that opened the asylum gates this morning. Yeah. Which reminds me of one of the greatest songs of all time, Cemetery Gates. Bear's like, I don't like Pantera. Too many people like them.
I've never actually listened to them.
You know, if you listen to the really early stuff, they're kind of a melodic hair metal band. And then you listen to their other stuff, and they turn into the more thrash rock kind of band that you might have heard of, like Respect Walk and stuff like that. Clive Owen, Chris Hemsworth, Henry Cavill, Ryan Reynolds, Hugh Jackman, Jeffrey Dean Morgan, Shamar Moore, Idris Elba. Is Janet just naming off all the dudes that she thinks are super hot?
It would appear to be.
Don't ban your racist friends. I don't ban my racist friends. I ban the guys that show up and call me a racist. I think it's a Canadian thing.
Could be.
Did I piss the Canadians off?
None
Coming right out as gay, croag. Yeah, I've never even heard of that before. That's weird. It's a California thing. Oh, so this is what Shadow's doing instead of joining my channel.
Poor Shadow. Poor Shadow.
Shadow caught up all of his Mexican relatives and was like, hey, go to this channel and just talk all kinds of shit. And they're like, okay. I'm broken, Pantera. I dated a chick, and every night her sex romance music was This Love off of Vulgar Display of Violence. Fun girl. Then I found out she was on a lot of lithium. Less fun. because they usually only give that particular medication to people who have schizophrenia. Oh man. Yeah. The wife was back from Aldi's. We have the German groceries, yeah. What is that? Oh, gluten-free something with sea salt, Rice Crisps. Yeah, well, I mean, I liked them with the spicy pepperoni. The spicy meatball. What is up with the losers who spam the chat? They weren't hugged enough as kids.
Yeah, that's a word for it.
Oh, nice. I love that. Yeah. No, I'm not showing you our groceries, but I did get some gluten-free, whatever, Rice Crisp crackers. I do like the Rice Crisp crackers. Thank you very much, my love.
And I got the stuff to make steak and spinach pinwheels.
Ooh, steak and spinach pinwheels. Nice.
I got the prosciutto and the
She makes the
Parmesan
best
and all of it.
steak and spinach pinwheels. That's why I tell people,
What?
if you get a chance, marry a Danish woman. They make good wives. Well, actually, she might be more Norwegian. She's one of those things up there. I think Danish, but she's got a lot of
Is she prone to violence?
she's got a cold anger.
No, then not Norwegian. Is she prone to betraying you, backstabbing you, or selling you out to the highest bidder because that's the way the money went?
No,
in the
never.
fight? Then she's not a Swede, so she must be Danish. She could be Finnish, maybe.
No Finn. We got no Finn
Oh.
blood.
Well, then she's Danish.
Yeah, it's the no, she's prone to organizing everything.
Dane.
That's what she does. Everything is organized. Everything is show the rice cakes. Oh, for the F of Pete. They're crackers that I can put cheese on
I got you some
that are full of like pepper and spice and
Everything nice.
brown whatever, and hopefully not too many carbs. Oh yeah, it says under a gram of carbs. So
Nice.
yeah, try to watch those carbs. That's why I love the pinwheels, because it's just basically steak, prosciutto, cheese, and spinach rolled up into like a log and then baked. And then you just cut it and serve it with, usually she makes me like a sweet potato.
It's steak, prosciutto, Parmesan Reggiano, and spinach.
And sweet potato.
Oh, in the roll?
No, just on the side for me usually.
Yeah.
Oh, we were at the farmer's market the other day and they had a whole rack of beautiful purple sweet potatoes. I should have bought a shit ton of them. They're like extra sweet potatoes. Like the Filipinos use the puree from purple sweet potatoes to make desserts with, like stuffings for like pastry and stuff. Did she shop at the grocery store or did she pull up and raid it with a hand axe and a wooden shield? That'd make her Norwegian, wouldn't it? She shopped. They opened a Aldi's here. And my hope is that if we buy the actual German brands of food, we might get a lot less of the poison they put in American food, Andre. Because, I mean, I don't know how it is in Mother Russia, but in America, man, like half the shit they sell you in a grocery store, it will kill you. It's poisonous. You know, like with its red dye #1 made out of crushed up beetle shells and, you know, none of it's good. That's why so many Americans are diabetic. You know, it's like when I was in my 20s, I swear to God, I didn't even know diabetes existed. You never even heard of it. 30 years ago, it was like, what the hell is diabetes, right? And now it's like everyone's got it. You know, when I worked as a paramedic at the fire department, if you ran on any black person and they were over, say, 250 pounds, you assume diabetes right off the bat. Actually, if you ran on anybody morbidly obese, you just assume diabetes. But in America, for whatever reason, black people tend to be way more susceptible. So you really got to watch them if you get a call on a black patient, you know, because shit can go south quick, man. People don't seem to understand that diabetes is a fatal disease. 100%, it will kill you if you don't comply and change habits. But if you think you can get type 2 diabetes and keep living the way you did before you got it, yeah, you probably got less than 5 years to live. It'll give you a heart attack or cause your kidneys to stop functioning, or some horrible thing will happen.
Mhm.
So that's why I lost all the weight, and I basically eat carnivore as much as possible.
And you also go for a walk, you know.
Yeah, take a
does
walk around the
wonders.
neighborhood, go out and rotate the tires. Things I used to couldn't do when I weighed like 310 pounds, you know, but now that I'm like 250, I can do, which I'm still fat, 6'1", 250. That's still pretty fat, but it's a big difference from like 310, 320, you know. Now, when I was in the Army or in the fire department and I was at the peak of my health, I was 190. And, you know, 6'1", 190. And I was big, you know, like across the chest and everything. But now I'm 54. It's like, you know, and the older you get, the harder it gets to keep your shit together, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know what Santinatalism is, but I know I love Jewel, the singer. Who's gonna save your soul? You remember her? Yeah. From Alaska.
I'm sorry, I blocked those assholes. I can't see what they're saying.
I think Jewel is the white chick, and the other name is the black dude she's hugged up on. And I'm glad she loves him, and I hope he loves her, and they have a wonderful life together. I mean, I don't give a shit. I mean, if they were posting being like, this will piss this race. Too bad, guys. I have half white, half black nieces and stuff. My brother was way just down with that brown sugar, as they say. So yeah, you're not catching me on that. Sorry. Now, I never met a black chick who would actually date me, though. They must have thought I was ugly or something when I was young. Even when I tried to be nice, they were like, nah. But the racism is too much. That's the same shit the other guy said, Andre Jones. That is literally a copy of.
This is the same guy.
It's like, you used to love this channel. No, you didn't. You never loved this channel. I mean, first off, like I said, I come from a mixed race family. And secondly, there's no secondly. You're an idiot. Even though some of the shit I say could be considered, if you're really sensitive, as racist. Or if you're not super sensitive, you could consider it as me making edgy jokes.
Yeah, sometimes you guys get a little over the line, though.
Yeah, well, you're Canadian, though, so it's like...
Oh, well. That changes. My fucking nationality changes nothing about your behavior, sir.
I think it does, though, because Trudeau, like, he like mind-washed,
just
brainwashed you guys. And
just shut up. Get fucked. Shut up.
And now you're like, oh, wait. Did he say something, Blocking.
Are you part of the bullshit of the month free range at the fucking Aldi's? Like, seriously.
Look at this guy blocking black people now. Wow. What the hell are you, Canadians?
Yeah, well, there we go. Look at that. Blocked. Enjoy
he
that.
managed
bullshit.
to get us both. That's funny.
Yeah, well, he's gone. I don't care.
Yeah, he's gone. But still, Trudeau blows. He got that one in there before he got blocked. Well, I mean, you know, he's got nice hair, though. I mean, I like to look on the silver lining side. Trudeau might blow, but he does have nice hair. He is a relatively, I mean, compared to our national leader, who I actually like a lot, Trudeau's way more handsome, though. I mean, Trump, not very handsome. Big, I mean, he's like 6'4" from Queens. So I think
I'll
Trump
have you
could-
know I'm the most handsomest of there is. When I walk in the
I think
room,
Trump
all the
could whip
ladies.
Trudeau's ass and make him cry.
No, he couldn't. Trudeau was a boxer.
Trudeau is going to get all the hot chicks in the bar.
I got bad news for you, James. Justin Trudeau was a boxer. He competed.
Then maybe not.
And he
then.
competed.
Okay,
like
fine.
I've always been of the mind of I'd
Boxer
love to
versus
punch.
guy who grew up on the rough streets of Queens.
I have always said I'd love to punch him in the face, but I've also had to keep in mind he is a boxer, and that would suck
That when
for me
you
if
try,
he-
he's going to knock your ass out.
unless I get the sucker punch in, you know.
Can't we just leave politics out of this? Probably not. And
Oh,
plus,
God,
I don't think that was
Mauricio.
politics. Comparing like who has the most attractive.
Yeah, it's just another. That's welcome to the block list. I'll just get you as you come up one by one. That's fine.
I just really don't think that's political. I mean, honestly, in my opinion, you can't
Why
go
you feed-
bad. You can't go
James,
far
why
wrong.
James, why are you feeding the trolls?
Okay, I was just gonna say the Italian leader, man, she's kind of smoking for a lady in her 50s or whatever. Like, oh yeah, she's a good looking lady, man. And when she had dinner with Elon, you could tell, boy, she wanted Elon inside of her so bad. It was nuts. You know, I've seen that look in a woman's eyes, and she was giving Elon that look, that you can have me whenever you want look. And who knows, maybe Elon gives her another baby. He's only got 20. I mean, why not? I mean, he's knocked up every e-thought on Twitter. He might as well just start knocking up.
Oh my God, this guy is like, look, take all the money you spend on your bullshit and go get a hooker, and you'll feel better about yourself, son. I promise. Jesus
No, we were
Christ.
banning you guys because you guys are not like
Just being
willing to
cunts.
like be good faith or even actually funny. You're just talking stupid shit. Chardonzar, as a fellow graduate of Benning, yep, for Wayward Boys, I fully understand the origin of edgy humor. Yeah, man. I mean, we talked so much shit back when I was in the infantry. Made my first cup of tea, and like a werewolf drinking a pina colada, it was perfect. Oh my God, I love that song.
Dip. Oh, here's another one. Oh, that was uncalled for. Blocked.
Yeah, why do they do that? That's so
Because
weird.
they're fucking 12 years old. They haven't figured
Yeah,
out that their dick isn't scary yet.
They're
They can't understand the feelings they get when they look at mommy and they go, "This isn't right, but I want it."
oh my
So-
God, that's Freudian shit there.
Well, what do you think causes this type of behavior? Well-adjusted people? No.
Now, though, you know why I've always been way more into Carl Jung.
I'm
There's a
afraid
lot
I
less
don't
want
get
to
them.
have sex with your mom in Jungian philosophy. You know.
I never understood him because I was a little too young to get him.
Let's just say some of the stuff he says is really good, and some of the stuff he says sounds like astrology.
Some of the stuff he says sounds like shit Raven would say. It's like 100%.
Right. You're like, wait a minute. Are you actually arguing that your star sign does have something to do with it? I mean, you're supposed to be like a professional, right? But then again, we're talking psychology, and that's a soft science at best.
At best.
You know, at best.
It's like philosophy.
Yeah, it's like, really?
Nothing I like more than when people who study philosophy tell me they're scientists. I'm like, ooh.
What's funny too is it's like I got a doctorate in philosophy. I went to school for X, and you're like, you know, Socrates didn't go to school at all to be a philosopher, and now you're studying him. You know, he just made some shit up. These old guys are banning everyone from their echo chamber now. You lost. The trolls won. Beer Dad Baz. Beer Dad Baz, answer me one question. How old are you? And no, I did not say astronology.
Astronology.
How old are you, and what are your hobbies? I am willing to interact with you one-on-one or however many on one if you're willing to like be good faith about it. Like, do you have
Just,
hobbies? Why are you
again,
here? Do you like 40K? Do you like
it's
D&D?
the same fucking people making dummy accounts, James.
I know, but I hate
But
to
then
block
why are you engaging?
because I'm hopeful. I'm
Yeah,
always
no.
hopeful that maybe one of these wayward idiots can be turned around and like
Yeah, you know what else that
realize
thought process
you're
applies
bullshitting
to?
around, man. I'm an
James,
optimist. I've told you
James,
I'm an optimist.
James. Think back to "She's Broken, but I Can Fix Her."
Oh, that was my entire youth. I
Well,
know she's
that's what
broken.
you're. The
She's a crazy
same,
redhead, but I can fix
the
her.
same fucking logic applies to what you're doing right now. Just
Well,
so you know.
you know, it's my personality is that I want to make everyone better.
You can't
It's not
fix
dry.
fucking
What's
trolls.
the picture on the right? Okay, is your house that messy? No, that's my paint table, dude. That's
They
literally.
can't see your face. They think I'm you, for fuck's sake.
Do they?
Yes, because A, I'm on the fucking host side because you didn't switch us back over, which I keep asking you to do. And secondly, they're pretty much of the mindset of they're not paying attention. They're just, dude, why are you engaging with them? Why?
All right, just so you knuckleheads out there who aren't getting it, my camera is pointing at the paint table so that when I paint these miniatures I'm working on for role-playing games and whatever, you guys, I can hold it up and you can see it. Because if I put it on my computer where it should be, this shit will never focus. Now, if you're wondering, this is a fantastical medieval Michael Myers figure that I figure I might use in a game of Hyperborea or D&D or something like that. Like if I make a lawful evil paladin, this would be a great figure, you know? Someone who's just pure freaking evil, just empty on the inside. You say nobody did, but obviously some people did. But yeah, I will admit this, Princess Peach. Okay, Mario. I like Mario. Yeah, my paint table is messy as shit. My house, on the other hand, because I married a Danish woman, is spotless. Because I'd get murdered if it weren't. You know, it's like she does not tolerate messes. Bro is so mad. Trolls, what? Yeah, see, beer, I don't think is going to actually turn out to be worthwhile either.
Nope. I'm already aware of it.
Either way, your painting room is a mess. Dude, you're literally looking at an 8 square inch part of my table where I just have a bunch of paints and bases and various other tools laid out because whatever. But if you think my painting area is a big mess and that's a flex, congrats to you. They weren't very Lucient, so they had to go.
They had to go. Their Lucience was reduced.
Well, you know, I hate to block people though.
I don't know why. I don't know why you hate it. It's like,
dude, I
normal.
went years without blocking anybody. You know who the first person I ever blocked was?
Me.
No, Condor DM.
Wow, that's pretty out, pro.
Because he would get on the channel and just say I was lying nonstop. No matter what I said, he's like, "You're lying. You're lying. You're lying." And I'd be like, "What am I?" And then I tried to be like, "Look, let's talk this out, man. Like, what's your problem here?" And he would not engage. He would just keep saying I was lying, and
well, of course.
And then
why would he engage?
And I'd be like, "Look, if you keep this up, I'm going to have to block you because this is just distracting." And he kept it up, and I blocked him, and I felt really bad about it because I was like, "Damn, man."
Why do you feel
because
bad
I'm a huge
about
fan of freedom of speech and let people
There's a
say
difference
what they
between,
want.
yeah, but the whole point of freedom of speech is freedom of consequences. So the consequences of fucking around is finding out.
Hey, dude, don't get it twisted. Like if other people block people, I'm okay with it. It's their channel. I'm just saying, me personally, I'd rather not.
Well, it's fine. Do what you gotta do, man. I'm not gonna argue with you.
Right. And you are right though. I mean, freedom of speech doesn't mean you can come on somebody's thing and go nuts. I mean,
Well, freedom of speech is freedom of political speech, first of all. It's not freedom to say what the fuck you want at the Quickie Mart. But that's neither here nor there.
can you argue with the guy at the Quickie Mart over how long you put the burrito in the microwave?
Sure.
1 minute, 2 minute, 1/2 minute. You remember that Encino Man? And then Pauly Shore gets the burrito out and he's all like, oh man, molten hot on the outside, icicle in the middle.
I haven't seen
Dude
that
has
movie.
nuked my entire chat. Well, you know, sometimes the best thing you can do is just nuke it from orbit because it's the only way to be sure. So, yeah, it's weird too. It's Monday. Is everybody out off school today or something?
Yes, they're not back in class yet.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. The one thing that kind of aggravates me the most, though, is the ones that do the end and the I. It's like, what kind of cowardly edgelordy shit is that? Like, I'm an edgelord. I admit it. I'm a Gen X edgelord. I make edgy jokes and shit. But I don't actually get what the even point of that is. You know, it's like, there for a second, the chat was like Xbox Live back in the freaking 90s. You remember that shit? You got 12-year-olds telling you how they F your mom every night. Shit.
Shards are out. Assume I did it.
And then I'll be all like, oh, yeah? Well, you're adopted. No, I'm not. Yeah, you are. I mean, Halo 1 and 2 was just amazing back then. Yeah. Either Bear or James offended the... well, I don't think it was Bear. Bear is like one of the least offensive guys I know. Okay, whatever, Bear.
Dude, look at the list of enemies I have compared to you.
I didn't know you had enemies besides
I have a bunch of them.
Besides me?
No, you're not my enemy.
I know.
You're my nemesis.
Nemesis, there's a difference. We're like Batman and Joker. It's like they're nemesises, but they can't exist without each other. Unless you're talking about the Bat Who Smiles, which that whole storyline was really weird.
I don't read modern comics anymore.
Well, I'll give you a little summary.
I know what it was about.
I'm going to give you a little summary. Batman kills the Joker, but the Joker hid a chemical in his
Coffee
blood
time.
and Batman turned into the Joker. Oh, you still heard me though, because you can still hear me. And then the
Still gonna get a
Batman
cup of
that
coffee.
becomes the Joker runs around and starts killing just like everybody. It's really bad. Like, and why they did it, I don't know, but it was a thing. So I guess the Joker got his ultimate victory in the end since he turned the Batman into the Joker. But that's some lame comic book stuff. No one cares about that. Right? Putting some metal details on my Mike Myers figure. You can see I put some bronze clips on the front of his gambeson, a little bit of metal. He's obviously wearing chainmail, like a chainmail hauberk underneath the gambeson, which, you know, and his left arm has the whole pauldron and arm protection. His right arm, on the other hand, is bare. So, come on, focus in. Oh, now he wants to focus in. So I'm going to get some flesh and actually paint his... looks like he's not wearing gloves either. So, yeah. I'll go ahead and get some flesh to paint his that arm and the hands. Oh, scanning through. Well, I mean, Bear and I were talking about Final Age for like an hour. Does Mike Myers need armor? I don't think he does, Shardzar. I am not 100% sure he can actually be killed. I mean, because I watch a lot of that horror movie stuff, and they're saying that whatever Mike Myers is, human is not one of the things. He might have was one at one time, but now it's something else. Like the one doctor said, when you look into his eyes, all you see is evil. There's nothing there but pure 100% evil. So I don't know what he's supposed to be. What is for dinner? Jeff Ruby. Oh, Jeff Ruby. Yeah. We're having steak and spinach pinwheels for dinner. Because I don't know. My wife wants to fuel me up because at some point today or tomorrow, I have to get rid of the waterbed mattress and put the new mattress on. So she bought me a new mattress for Christmas because she knows I hate the waterbed. And I'll tell you what, sucks because mattresses are expensive. But to be fair, she also bought me some freaking 40K stuff too, so I'm stoked. But I can't build it yet because I've got a sprue of Lehman Russ I need to build. But she bought me these Typhon Heavy Siege tanks for my Space Marine Army. So, yeah, I'm really stoked. Can't wait to get them built. But unfortunately, I've still got a sprue of Lehman Russ for my Imperial Guard Army I need to put together. And I'm not going to open one while I've got one, half built in front of me. That would just be ridiculous. Yeah, steak. Yeah. It's very thin sliced steak, and then prosciutto, Parmesan Reggiano, some other kind of cheese, and spinach, and then you roll it up. And you put a toothpick through it to hold it together, and then you bake it. And then you cut little, like 1-inch pieces off, and it's like a pinwheel, Another reason I can say I'm happy I married her, because I'd never even heard of those things until I married her. Like if somebody had been like, "You ever had a steak pinwheel?" I'd been like, "What? I don't know what the hell that even is." Because there ain't nobody in Kentucky rolling steaks up with prosciuttos. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, I don't know if anybody in Kentucky knows what prosciutto is. And if any of you guys don't know, it's just a really, really good kind of ham, basically. It's a type of Italian ham that's, really thinly sliced and awesome. You're muted. You are. I didn't mute you. Still muted. What did you do to yourself? Okay. All right. Bear.
How about now?
Beautiful.
None was a glitch.
You're in Kentucky also. Cool, man. I'm not in Kentucky. I'm from Kentucky. I'm in Orlando. But see, next time I see Shadow, I'm going to say, Shadow, why did you create 20 alt accounts just to spam my freaking chat? I know it was you. Because if it wasn't you, you would have been on the channel.
You better.
Now, when I say I love you, you say
You
better.
better. You better. You better. You
It
better.
was a good song. I remember they played the hell out of that in the 80s on the classic rock channel. We only
You
had
better bet your life.
we had like 3 channels where I lived. One was like country, and the other one was like country gospel, and then the third one was like classic rock from like the decade before. You know, it was like, all right, yeah, but I didn't expect much. I lived in a dry county too, so no alcohol ever, unless you know you made it or bought it. There was always somebody running down to Tennessee to buy alcohol and sneak it back. That was considered bootlegging too, you know. You bet your life it is, right? But now this is a pinup cleric, I think. I don't even know. And I'm not sure why I 3D printed it, but I have a couple of ideas of why I might have 3D printed this girl up. So I need to go ahead and paint her up at some point. Now there's no nudity or anything. She's just built like an anime girl. I'm from the top of the mountain. I'm not from the holler. My property's on top of the mountains. But I do know about the hollers and the holler crawlers and all of that. And then this figure I need to paint up is a, oh, can you believe that? I'm so clumsy. Come on, focus him in. This game focused in. Come on, don't be a douche. Be a dude. Damn it, I don't want to focus in for, let's move my hand, see if it'll focus in. It will, that is so weird. It's Pomeranian. And 28 mil scale. Because, you know, just in case one of the players at the table wants to buy a pet dog and the dog they want to buy is a Pomeranian. So, you know, I got Pomeranian. Harlan? Hell yeah. Harlan County? Why are you in Harlan County? That's the first thing I ask. Bloody Harlan? Shit. I mean, they've had like 2 or 3 wars in that. Shit. Like Salt Cracker.
You get a little Southern every now and then.
Shit. Yeah, Harlan County is like, it's like every bad thing you've ever heard about Kentucky is Harlan County or Pikeville. You know, like Harlan County, they've literally went to war against the U.S. government a couple of times. You know, hangings and shootings and riots and union busting, and you can buy a really big house there for really cheap, but then you have to recognize the fact that you live in Harlan County. So it's like I got this really big house for like next to nothing. And your friends will be like, really? Yeah, where? Harlan County. Oh, fuck that. I ain't going there. Sorry. Weirdest thing though, when I moved into my house, there wasn't a bit of copper wire anywhere in it. Like, yeah, that sounds like Pikeville. Yeah, my wife's from here. I would leave. Yeah, I know how it is, because if you try to take a Harlan girl out of Harlan, all of her immediate relatives will try to hunt you down and sacrifice you to some kind of demonic entity. A lot of witches up in the mountains near Harlan. You don't want to be near there. So, Big James. It's not Big James. It's Imaginary James from the imaginary nation of Australia. He's speaking to us on a Ouija board. We think it's the internet, but it's actually a Ouija board. So when the conversation ends, we have to type in Zoso or Zofo. Which, do you know the story of that, Bear?
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention at all.
You know the story of the Zoso or Zofo with the Ouija board?
No.
People will have gone on Ouija boards, and one thing that's super common is when the conversation ends or they ask the name of something or whatever, they'll get Zoso or Zofo, right? And supposedly it's a demon. That's
You know what you know what I think of Ouija boards.
that they're probably woo-woo bullshit, probably. And you know what I think? I don't know. The Shenandoah is docked in Melbourne. Left with some stowaways. Well, I mean, you know. I worked with a guy called Scuba Steve because he had retired from the Navy, and he told me a story about when his fleet put into the Philippines, and they were on their way home, and they found some guy had been trying to smuggle a Filipino girl home, and she was like living in like literally like less than a wall locker, and he was sneaking food and water to her. I'm pretty sure he got in a lot of trouble for that. But, you know, he's like, hey, I'll sneak you to the U.S. He should have just married her, you know. You can put in paperwork and marry. Back then, because we kind of owned the Philippines back then, before we let them be independent and stuff, because people don't understand this, but America is pretty nice, you know. Like, if we had kept all the countries we've conquered over the years, we'd own half the earth. You know, but we keep just letting them be free because we're pretty nice people overall. Canadians too, I would say.
What do we do?
I said Americans are nice because if we kept all the places we've conquered over the years, between you and us, we'd own half the world.
Not us.
You were in World War II.
Yeah, we didn't conquer shit. We liberated a couple of places, and that's it.
I call it conquering. We'd have had to find a way to split North Africa, Italy, Sicily.
We would have let you have it all.
Yeah, I don't think we wanted it, so we gave it back. And we conquered Mexico like 3 damn times. We keep giving it back. We've conquered pretty much every country in Central America. it's like, but we're nice. We're like, hey, we had to beat you guys up and put a guy in charge that we like, but now go ahead and do it.
Because you're fucking with the United Fruit Company? Like, what heroic Americanism?
Hey, look, don't you ever try to nationalize the banana company.
Hey, look,
Americans
people of El Salvador have a righteous gripe against you.
I'm just saying, we need our bananas. Don't fuck around with
clearly. Clearly, you need your fucking
the
bananas.
The ambassador from the union was mad, but the mayor said, nah, let them have fun and refuel. I mean, yeah, they're going to lose the war anyway, so you might as well let them have a party and fuel up and head back, right? I mean, shit, there's no reason to be mean to people just because you're at war.
So the CSS Shenandoah.
Yep. The Confederate state.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, what the fuck are you guys on about?
Went to Melbourne, Australia, where the crew got pissed drunk and left with stowaways. And then apparently the union ambassador was mad, but the mayor of the town was like, yeah, just let them have fun and fuel up. Well, I mean, you know.
Okay.
Why not? I mean, yeah. I mean, why would Australia want to get involved in a brother war anyway? I mean, you know, the North and the South, we had some differences. We needed to work that shit out. It happens. Like me and my brother, we've had to work shit out on occasion. I mean, you know, 800,000 people didn't die, but some people got black eyes. You know, I mean, so same thing, kind of. And look, now we love each other even more than before. I tell you what, this ruddy brown or ruddy fur speed paint is so good. God, I love it. I really do. Yeah, my home Commonwealth was weird because it was like You want to talk about a country or a commonwealth that was split? That would be Kentucky. Is like all of the mountainside of Kentucky was pro Confederacy, but all of like the parts that had money were pro Union. So a lot of the slave owners ended up being pro Union. And a lot of the people who were too poor to even look at a slave ended up being pro Confederacy. I mean, none of it made sense. Kentucky just made no sense at all. It was like, we're just doing stuff over here. But Civil War is pretty interesting historically. I bought the Warlord Games Civil War set. That's like in like 13 mil or whatever. But I'm going to end up having to get Fritz or somebody with more patience to paint that for me. Because that box set came with over like 2,000 miniatures or something. And even though they're really tiny, I just, I just don't know. I'm going to end up, paying Fritz to paint them. That just seems like the better play to make. But we'll see. I talked to him before, and he said we could work something out. So, That same thing Holy Diver ended up having to put some of his miniatures out. I have not tried sponging on the Zenithal, and I bet you it does look great. I have seen some people paint their entire miniature using sponges. Apparently, if you know what you're doing and how to do it, it can look really good. It can make a miniature look really textured and worn.
Hey, Flynn.
Yep, there's RPG Dad. What's up, homie? How you doing? But yep, this Red Sonja looking chick, she's getting the ruddy fur for her cape. I like it a lot. Make sure I don't get any,
I think I just found a way to piss off all the woke people.
To piss off all the woke people? Why?
So in the Shining Realms, there's a place called the Redlands, which are very, very far to the south, and they're basically arid mesa land, so American Southwest, basically. And the people that live there,
badass, man.
yeah, these are the people that live there, and they basically fight whatever they fight. And there's also legends of the spider people in the cliff sides and stuff like that.
Ooh, the
yeah, exactly. And I'm sure I'm gonna get fucking wokey bullshit for this, but fuck it, I like it.
Why would you? I would think that would be inclusive.
You would, I would, but because I'm white.
Playing whatever you're calling them, a ranger of that group would be badass. You know what I mean?
I agree, but
that might be a little bit too on the nose. You're playing like the Indian that's really good at outdoor shit. But I mean, I think it'd be fun though. And ultimately, that's what we're looking for, right? Fun. Yeah, I've never understood that bullshit. Like, it's like that joke. What is it? That butter company.
Land Lakes.
Yeah, they took the hot Indian chick off, but they kept the lakes.
So they kept the land.
Yeah.
That's
all they did. Is they're like, oh, so we've got this picture of an Indian lady standing on what we assume is her land, right? To appease the left, let's just get rid of the Indian. This is like, wait, doesn't that seem kind of counterintuitive? Like, maybe you should put an extra couple Indians on there instead of taking the one that was on there off. I mean, it's so stupid.
They are stupid.
Now, down here in Florida, we're lucky. Like, no one can F around with Florida State Seminoles because the actual Seminole tribe has a deal with them. So, like, if any wokies come down here and start bitching about, Chief Wahoo of the Seminoles, yeah, the Seminoles themselves would be like, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Because, like, FSU like gives them free scholarships and like pays for all kinds of different charities and whatever, you know, and for their part, the Seminole tribe is super proud that, you know, Chief Wahoo gets to ride every game and throw a spear on the ground and do his thing. So it's like, you know what I mean? It's a big deal, man. Everybody loves the Seminoles.
I made a
Except
change.
those-
I think this looks better. What do you think?
Except those Gators fans, and you know, Gators fans are a bunch of jackasses anyway. Oh my God. That is scary. That is like some Aztec warrior gonna eat your heart skinny shit.
It's a Navajo thing, the Navajo Skullface band.
Oh my God.
Isn't that kind of cool?
I'll tell you what, if I was like a settler traveling to the West and I saw that, I think I'd turn around and head back to New York.
Perfect.
You know what I mean? I'd be like, you know, I think I'm heading back to Queens, man. I know they say there's a lot of land out here, but, you know, I think I'll get an apartment. You know, Queens, maybe in a nice Irish neighborhood. Just be like, fuck off. I don't want any part of that. That would scare you. Now, to be fair, though, and my brother, who was also at Benning with me, we used to do our camouflage like that a lot of the time. Because you got like a sand color and a black color and a dark green color. And if you did it right, you could make your face look like a skull. You know what I mean? Scared the shit out of the Iraqis, man. Well, they were probably already afraid because we jumped out and started shooting at them. But, you know, maybe a skull face helped. I don't know. Get a makeup sponge, squeeze it. Okay. See, that's going to be the hard part, my imaginary James friend. My wife rarely wears any makeup at all. She's one of those women that doesn't actually need to. You know what I mean? Also, she's a mutant. She has like no body hair. It's really weird. Just the hair on her head, but you know, and eyebrows. Otherwise, she never has a shave. She's just freaking a weird mutant like that. Some people get all the luck. And then some people are like me. When I get stressed out, I sweat, and my sweat smells exactly like cat piss. It's horrible. Yeah, James can't win. Whoever he's around, they assume he's the people that they don't like. Well, James, didn't you marry like a Filipino lady or an islander? Was that you, or was that another Australian I know that had married a Asian lady? I guess that's starting to be very popular in Australia because they've let a lot of like Chinese immigrants in, and you know, so those bogans are like, hey, let's get us a hot Asian chick, eh? Well, they don't say a, they say, I don't know what they say, Australians. They speak their own weird language, you know.
Too right.
Right, like too right. Like they're going to go down to a Billabong because they're a skag man and they're looking for a gunny wop, and then they're going to like dance with Matilda or some shit. It's like no one knows what you're saying, but we're happy that you like it. The difference between the Australian accent, I think, and the British accent is Australians sound like British people who become cowboys. You know what I mean? It's almost like they got a southern drawl on their British accent. It's weird, you know? But if I want to run lefties off, I put on like my Stars and Bars hat. That generally runs them off. But today I was good and they all showed up. Well, I don't even think those were lefties. They could have been a bunch of groypers for all I know.
I think it was just one guy, man.
I think he's just one guy being an asshat. And it's like, you have relatives. No, I'm thinking of someone else then I used to talk to on Twitter a lot who is Australian.
Mercurius, maybe?
I don't know, but he was, I believe, married to a Filipino woman, which one of my nephews moved to New Zealand on that work program thing, and he's been there like 15 years now. So he's a citizen of New Zealand, right? Because there was a time way back when New Zealand was doing everything they could to get men from America to move to New Zealand and do jobs. So he started out on a farm, and I don't know what he does now, but he's a citizen, full citizen. He married an Australian girl, but in his words, she was a total whore. So he ended up dropping her, and he remarried recently a Filipino girl, and they got a kid, and he's happy as hell. He lives in Christchurch. And yeah, I guess way back in the day, New Zealand really needed people. And they were literally coming to America and be like, hey, you're a 20-year-old guy. Would you like to move to New Zealand? The only deal is you had to hold your job for like 7 years. And if you did, then you got to be a citizen. Otherwise, you got kicked out or something, you know. So there was some rule there. They just needed people to do work. Yeah, you guys were cowboys. Because I've seen, my wife occasionally watches The Farmer Wants a Bride or some shit. And every time I walk by and I look, they're in Australia. And it's some dude that has a big ass cattle farm somewhere in Australia. I don't even know where you'd put it. And then they have like 6 Australian women, and they're all just smoking hot. I mean, every one of them is just like super hot, right? And it's like, I keep walking. You know, I look, I say, yeah, okay, and then I keep going. A man who plays the pipe or getting in the sewer. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Well, I don't know. Do I paint this one blonde or red-headed or black-haired? See, the thing with Hyperboreans, Bear, is that the women occasionally, for some unknown reason, have really, really black hair. Whereas the men almost always have some shade of blonde up to white. But the women can go blonde up to white, but every now and then they have really black hair. And they're all at least around 7 foot tall. New Zealand is Australia. Everything I know about New Zealand is stuff my nephew told me and watching Flight of the Conchords. So I do know that apparently New Zealanders really, really have some issue with Australians and vice versa. So, you know.
So my buddy,
there was the one episode where the dude picked up an Australian chick in the bar. And when he found out she was Australian, he was like trying to climb out the window.
my buddy worked on a Peter Jackson film before Lord of the Rings, back when he was less of a big name. And it's because my buddy looked like Orson Welles, basically. They needed him for this one scene in Heavenly Creatures. So my buddy flew over to New Zealand. He gets out of the airport. He goes to buy a pack of cigarettes at the little store in the airport. And the woman says right away, "Hi, you're from Canada." And he's like, "Yeah, how'd you know?" She goes, "Oh, we could tell." And he's all excited. He got to set. And Peter Jackson had him, how was your flight? All that. He tells me, he says, "And this girl recognized I was Canadian." He goes, "Yeah, and I get excited." He says, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Well, we figured out, a long time ago that if you call an American a Canadian, they just say, no, I'm American. But if you call a Canadian an American, they go up one side of you and down the other, explaining the differences. So we just call everyone Canadian." And he goes, "It's the same for us. Suggest New Zealand when you hear the accent. Never suggest Australia, because an Australian just say, 'Nah, I'm from Australia.' But a New Zealander will go up one side of you and down the other, explaining the differences between New Zealand and Australia."
Scots and Irish, same way.
Yep. So New Zealand, but those accents are easier to tell apart.
Yeah.
But yeah, New Zealand is the Canada of Oceania for sure.
Well, I
We have
mean,
a lot in common
Canada's
with them.
the thing Canada is best known for is not being America, the United States. I mean, that's kind of their thing. That's kind of your thing.
Just Do you hear yourself talk sometimes, or do you just
And I'm
spill
I'm
words?
glad you're happy about it, dude.
You just spill words into the atmosphere and go, fuck it.
It's like, but hey, we're not the United States.
You're a pain in the ass. You know that?
Australia has like 500,000 Kiwis in it. We look out for each other. Somebody told me that Australia was just a giant trailer park where all the bogans drive around and like beat up Trans Ams that say no fat chicks allowed. And that was basically Australian culture.
Haven't we discussed this before? Australia doesn't exist.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. It's actually Chile, way up in the mountains. It's in Chile, and they just like have some actors from England put on a bad accent.
Something like that, yeah.
Right. Oh, mullets. I forgot the mullets. Beat up Trans Am, mullets, and stickers on the bumper of their car that say no fat chicks allowed. And then that's basically Australian culture. Now, I forget which comedian said this or why he hated Australians, but yeah, one of them said that. He was probably from New Zealand. But yeah, I have another friend I worked with who moved to New Zealand, but he lives in a valley between two really big mountains. So he can only contact me on the internet for like 2 hours a day at a specific window when the like internet satellite or whatever is in the exact right place so that the signals can go out and in, you know, but he loves it. He works on a sheep farm or some shit. He married a redheaded New Zealand woman. They got a bunch of kids and they're just having the time. British Texas, yeah. Except I don't remember the United States sending all of our criminals to Texas. But I've always been fond of all of our Anglosphere brothers, honestly. Aussies, Canadians, New Zealanders, South Afrikaners, you know, one big happy family of English speaking people, kind of, sort of. Except here in America, we got like 12 versions of English. So, you know, take your pick. Just depends where you are. All right, where is my barbarian skin tone at? We need to put some skin tone on this lady. Never drop the mullet. Hell yeah. Business up front, party in the back. That's what I'm talking about. Plus, I like Axis of Awesome a lot, so, you know. And also, Australia is the birthplace of one of the greatest 80s bands ever for prog rock.
INXS.
Oh, dude, 2 of the greatest bands. Men at Work, too.
Yeah, Man, it works pretty groovy.
Yeah, they're pretty groovy, you know. So, INXS, though, yeah. And they will never tear us apart. No. Right? I could live for 1,000 years if I hurt you. I make wine from your tears. Anyway, yeah, I really like INXS.
I was standing. You were there.
Yeah.
2 worlds collide. And they could never tear us apart. Doom, 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 doom. Great song.
See what
Not
I
their
don't
best song,
understand.
but a great song.
Yeah, it's a good one. I mean, Devil is it Devil Inside or whatever?
Devil Inside's good. New Sensation's good. Suicide Blonde's amazing.
Suicide Blonde, yeah.
Yeah. The one from fucking
I need
Lost
you
Boys. What's the one they did in Lost Boys with the other guy? Oh my god, what's that song?
Because I'm not sleeping.
What is that fucking song from Lost Boys?
I don't know. But I'm distracting you by singing a totally different song. Sorry.
Yes, you are. That's okay.
Sorry.
So in excess, they did the song "Good Times" with Jimmy Barnes. Gonna have a good time tonight. Rock and roll music's gonna play all night. Remember that song?
Yeah.
Bonnie Maroney's gonna be with Jimmy. Long Tongue Sally's gonna be with Slim.
Long Tongue Sally.
Long Tall. My mouth didn't work right.
Oh, well, either way. Either way is good, you know.
Either way works for me.
Yeah, either way work. Grandma fell asleep at the park and we came back and she's covered in safety signs. I think one of my favorite Men at Work songs had to be oh, damn it.
It's a mistake.
It's a mistake.
Overkill. Be good, Johnny.
Well,
Be
I mean,
good, be good.
Overkill's great.
Be good, be good, be good.
I mean, okay,
Be good,
every
be good,
song
be
off
good.
Men
Be
Working
good,
was a banger.
Johnny.
Men at Work. Every song off that was a banger.
Be good,
Even
be
the
good.
one on the B side at the end where he's talking about banging his girlfriend at the beach. You know, where he's like, your knees in the wind, I found your secret treasure and all that shit. But anyway, yeah, It's a Mistake. You know, it starts out with like the G.I. Joes and then it shows them like in their normal job and then it shows them like soldiers and it's a mistake. Woo! And Overkill, man, that's a banger too. That's just a good song. Yeah.
No, that's not them. Cry Little Sister is shit. Who does that?
Yeah.
Thou shalt not kill. Gerald McMahon? Really?
And then apparently the greased up musclehead with the
Yeah, it's Gerald McMahon.
saxophone. He was like totally the sax player for Tina Turner.
Yes.
It's like, but in that particular movie,
And the problem is he played the smaller sax, so he looked really fucking weird with it in him because he was so buff, you know?
right?
Like if he had been playing the bigger sax, it would have been like, okay, that makes sense. But he played the little one. It was like, it was
He had
so
a big
strange.
fucking chain around his neck too.
Huge. Yeah.
And he was oiled or greased up, you could tell. And he was singing like Christian rock. It was really weird. If you listen to the song, you know, it's Christian rock. You
Can't
know,
stand Sushi and the Banshees. I hate Sushi and the Banshees.
And I
Just
think
one
Robert
song.
Smith of The Cure was actually in Susie of the Banshees before he formed The Cure for a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had that baby alto sax up there. And then, of course, that one sax song that's in all the memes. I think that comes from Russia. That dun 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 dun, dun. And you got memes of like Land Raiders rolling across the battlefield with Space Marines standing on top of the Land Raider playing the sax, and everyone's shooting at him when he's playing that song. It's pretty hilarious.
Yes, Robert Smith was a member of Sushi and the Banshees.
For a little while. And then he dropped his first debut album in 1979, which had Boys Don't Cry and Killing an Arab on the Yeah, they weren't really supposed to be goth music. They're supposed to be like prog rock. And then somehow they just got caught up in the whole thing. Because I know every time I went to the goth club, you knew you were going to hear like Boys Don't Cry or Love Song. You were going to hear Love Song for sure. That was guaranteed at some point. Love Song.
Tell me how you do that trick. The one that makes me scream, she said. The one that makes me laugh, she said. Threw her arms around my neck.
Tell me.
Show me how you do it, and I promise to run away with you. God, I love that song.
Run away. Yeah. You soft and lonely, you.
So good.
Just like heaven.
Dun, dun, dun,
Yep.
dun, dun.
Yeah, you were getting ready to do Love Will Tear Us Apart. I could tell from that, just
Yeah.
that first bass bit. Do, 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 do.
Dun, 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 dun. I was the promise is it's also got that same 4 chords, right? So you're gonna be fucked up.
Yeah, but I heard.
You heard dun,
I
dun,
heard
dun,
what I
dun,
heard.
dun, 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 dun.
When routine bites hard. Yeah.
Restoration takes hold. He's so depressed. No one killed himself. Holy fuck.
He did.
Okay, hang on. Which Depeche Mode are you listening to, James L? Early Depeche Mode when they're very happy, or post The Guy Who Leaves and Forms Erasure Depeche Mode where they just become all pretentious and up their own asses? Which version? Because there are two distinct
I can tell you
Depeche
which
Mode
one I'm
eras.
listening to.
Which one?
Depeche Mode Violator, baby. Because
I don't know what that means.
We like to play called Master and Servant.
Let's play Master and Servant.
Yeah. Hand in Glove. Stripped. Let me see you stripped. The bone.
So 85 is when Erasure formed.
Erasure was good too. They did Respect, right? Just a little bit, just a little bit.
So yeah, they did, yeah. So if he left, when did he leave Depeche Mode then? God damn it.
But everyone knows as soon as you hear reach out and touch faith.
Boom, 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 boom.
I mean,
boom,
everybody knows right then. They're like, oh yeah. He likes synth pop Depeche Mode.
So
Sister
Vince Clarke left in 81, going on to form Yazoo and then Erasure. So Speak and Spell was their first album. And what do you got? What are the hits on the tracks on Speak and Spell? New Life, Sometimes the Show is Dead, Puppets, Boys Say Go, No Disco, What's Your Name? Photographic, Tora Tora Tora, Big Muff, Any Second Now, and of course, Just Can't Get Enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough.
Which is a great song.
Well, but that's when they were great. And then after that, they immediately become,
Even
the other.
better.
I disagree.
Words like violence break the silence.
So they're the assholes who put the words or fucking violence in people's head.
I don't think that's kind of exactly.
Yep, that's it. They did it. It's their fault.
And because of them, we got to hear Rammstein try to sing Stripped in English, which is pretty crazy. And I know a lot of people got very, very angry at Rammstein for that video too, because it was all like German World War II propaganda videos from the Olympics and shit.
There's only one song called Strip that I will ever like from the 80s, and it's by Adam and the Ants.
Oh, Adam and the Ants? Oh, man.
We're just following ancient history. If I strip for you, will you strip for me? I love Adam and the Ants.
Yeah. What's he talks about the reporters asking
Goody Two Shoes.
With who and how many
Goody Two Shoes. Absolutely Goody Two Shoes.
Yeah.
And then you also have Stand and Deliver. Fuck, I love Stand and Deliver. Your money or your life. It's such a great drum riff in it.
Yeah.
Stand and deliver your money or your life. Ha!
If I do something, will you put me on the shelf with your books and your plants? Yeah. Adam and the Ants. Yeah.
And then it just became Adamant.
Yeah. 1989 is the DM cutoff. I just, you know what? I like Violator. Pretty much everything.
Well, I don't mind their later shit. I'm being facetious. I like their later stuff, but I prefer
That's
that
the one
first
I'm
album.
talking about, James L. Desperate but not serious. Desperate, but not serious.
I know that one. Remember Zig Zig Sputnik?
No. Your loving makes me delirious. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Yeah, that was a jamming song for Adam and the Ants back then, that one.
Yeah, a lot of their stuff was jamming.
Yeah. They definitely underloved for the era, really. You know, Love Missile F-11.
F-11, yep. F-11. UA bombs flying overhead. Head. Yeah, exactly. Kumbawa.
I don't know why they weren't more popular.
They are what cyberpunk was in the 80s, though. When you look at them, you're like, that is fucking cool.
They just weren't. Now, I'll tell you, though, from that era, I was a huge Billy Idol fan. Vital Idol and all that shit, man. To this day, White Wedding is still one of my favorite songs. I even like watching the video where he gets his crucifix all caught up in that sheer thing he's got on, and he's fighting with it. And they don't even take that out of the video. He's fighting with the thing, and you know. And then Eyes Without a Face, because he was reading that French horror movie or a horror novel about the guy whose daughter lost her face, so he's like killing people and trying to put their face on her. You know. They made a movie out of it, supposedly. But the main reason he wrote it is the girl he was dating was giving him a hard time, and he was like feeling really melancholy. So, you know, but I mean, White Wedding's definitely the best, though. That Billy Joel, I think. You had all the leather girls in the like vinyl, the black vinyl skin tight outfits shaking their little butts. It was like, okay, what's going on here? This is weird. And there's nothing new in this world.
Have you ever seen this thing called Literal Video on YouTube?
No.
They basically play the video, but they sing a new track over it to the same music, and it describes what's going on in the video as opposed to like whatever the song is about. And when they're doing White Wedding, when he's in the kitchen and everything's exploding, they're like, "There is nothing safe in this room." Yeah.
I remember when MTV, I think it was MTV, when they were cool, they had like pop-up video.
I love pop-up video.
Oh my God. Yeah. You'd be watching whatever and just, you know, and it'd be like, so-and-so is wearing a wig. And that's how I found out that the lead singer of Counting Crows, which is one of my favorite bands from that era, is not a black dude with dreadlocks. He's a Jewish guy. And they darkened him up and put dreadlocks on him. But if you look him up now, he's got slightly wavy hair and he's a lot paler all of a sudden. And he's definitely very Jewish. So,
are you talking about Mr. Jones and me?
100%.
Yeah. Okay.
He was a
Love
backup
it.
singer, and whenever you see him in the videos with the dreadlocks, that is a freaking wig. Dude never had dreadlocks. They darkened him up even a little bit for those videos to try and make him look a little more ethnic. But then,
What?
like I
Jewish
said,
guys playing other ethnicities in film never happens.
right. Like in every Western where every Indian was a Jewish guy.
Or Sicilian.
Yeah, right. It's like, but I didn't know this until like a week ago. I saw him on an interview and I kept looking at him. Like, who the fuck is that? And then it said, and I'm like, wait a minute. I thought the guy from Counting Crows was like a black dude.
Do you remember the show News Radio?
Of course, I love that show.
They did a pop-up video episode, which I'd never seen, but apparently it was amazing.
Yeah, you had Joe Rogan and that guy that played Jimmy
Dave
James,
Foley.
John Jones.
Dave Foley, the guy Jimmy James who's in everything, and what's his name? Phil Hartman. And the hot redhead.
Joe Rogan. Did we mention Joe Rogan?
Yes, we said Joe Rogan. The
Okay.
hot redhead. What was her fucking name? She wasn't because there was the two at the same time. There was her and Kathy Griffith or whatever her name
And
is.
of
And that
course,
was a
Andy Dick.
fucking ditch pig. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no such person by this name.
Yeah, the guy who kills everyone that parties with him.
Yeah.
Yellow are underrated, amazing albums compared to just Ferris Bueller. I don't even know what you're.
I got a message from Shadow for you. He's going to join us in a little bit, he says, but right now he's working on his project for Red Room, his deadline's Wednesday night. He has to finish his adventure. So I told him, come now, because it won't be on much longer.
Yep.
And then he can go right.
Right. Yeah, it's like he's got his whole thing backwards. It's like you come and talk shit, and then you spend the rest of the evening writing.
If you do what I'm doing, work on your shit while you're talking shit.
That's what I'm doing. I'm painting up these miniatures like crazy style while I'm chatting with you guys.
I got to show you one. You're going to love it. Hang on.
Okay.
So you know how if you've read the Final Age or you looked it over, there's a place called the Bloodlands, right?
The Bloodlands.
And the Bloodlands are down south, and they're ruled by vampires, and they have eternal night cast over them, which keeps the heat out, even though they're in the south. And they take care of the local population like cattle.
Well, I mean, that's nice of them.
Look at the image. Do they look happy?
They look like peasants.
They look like specifically Balkan peasants.
Yeah, they basically just look like what I imagine peasants look like.
Yes, yeah, you Eastern Orthodox motherfucker.
It's like, they're just like, okay. Hey, comrade, all is good. We survived winter. Maybe we survive next winter. Excuse me. Well, that was Italian. Excuse me while I go cut 300 tons of wood so we can survive next week.
Exactly.
It's like, poor guys. There's a TV show, and it's narrated by that crazy German dude that was in Reacher.
Never saw it.
Okay. What is his name? Herzog.
Oh, Werner Herzog?
Yeah.
That
And
guy's
it's called Happy
crazy.
People. And it just follows the life of like these people in a Siberian village for a year. And I shit you not, they spend 6 months out of the year cutting firewood. And it's just like they have like firewood like 10 feet tall, however wide, and like as long as the property line, just firewood. Because I mean, otherwise you'll die. Because
Have you ever seen Hey Yorgi?
I don't think I have, no.
So Hey Yorgi was this sketch on SCTV
Oh yeah.
that was really funny. It was making fun of a Canadian show at the time called The King of Kensington. I'm sharing with volume. It's only 1:52 of your life.
3CP1 Russian television.
Hey, Yorgi, he's coming to your town. Hey, Yorgi, he never wears a frown. Hey, Yorgi, he's as happy as can be, 'cause all of Russia is Yorgi's family. Hey, Yorgi!
Yes, it's Yorgi, everybody's favorite Cossack. What a fellow! If he is not helping somebody, he is helping somebody else.
How will I know what is wrong? Yorgi! Oh no! Uzbeks have drunk my battery fluid! I knew this would happen.
Uzbeks.
Thanks, Yorgi!
Uzbek stole my battery cord.
Battle accident made my life a living hell.
Shiftless Latvian pig! You have never rubbed on me in your life!
Lies. Sometimes I wonder why I ever married you. Oh, of course. To have sex. I forgot. Thank you, Georgie.
Well, if he's not helping,
Hey, God,
somebody-
listen.
Yorgi, these Uzbeks bet me 20 kopecks I couldn't get 3 words out of you.
You lose.
Comrade.
they really are not
Hey,
fans of
Yorgi.
Uzbek.
He's coming to your town. Hey, Yorgi, he never wears a frown. Hey, Yorgi, he's as happy as can be, 'cause all of Russia is Yorgi's family. Hey, Yorgi!
Hey Yorgi, he is coming to your TV on 3CP1.
3CP1.
That was pretty hilarious. Where'd Bear go? Hey, Bear. He's in Canada. Hey, Bear. He's got a bad attitude for a Canadian.
Wow.
uh,
How do you say get
Fitzgerald,
fucked in Holler Crawler?
Nosferatu. Great
How do
movie,
you-
but Herzog was insane. The crew and extras plotted to kill him in the Amazon. Wow. I didn't know that. I do know in Reacher he was really cool. He played like a Russian mobster that like was a man of will, let's just say. But he has such a distinctive way that he talks that when he's narrating happy people, because I mean all the people there speak Russian, so he narrates and it's just like it makes it so much better, because originally Happy People was like a series made in Russia and it was like 8 hours long, right? And then Werner Herzog got a hold of it, his studio, and they cut it down to like an hour and 45 minutes with him narrating. And man, my wife and I love that show, you know. It's like, this is Batya, a little town in Siberia near the Anna something river, and he's like, and though it may look like winter, it is actually late spring. It's like, what? And it follows like these 5 or 6 guys who are hunters. Like all they do is hunt for like mink and sable, and the shit they go through to be hunters, because they literally spend like every hour of the year preparing for the hunting season, which is only a couple months. But if they don't do it, then they're fucked. You know what I mean? Like literally they starve to death or something. So, it's really interesting. But the hunters, they call themselves Happy People because even though they have to work really, really hard, they only answer to themselves. They don't have a boss. They don't have to answer to anyone. It's no longer the Soviet time. So they don't have to work for the Soviet boss. And, they just catch as much of the sable as possible and sell it. And, then they use that money to live on the rest of the year. In addition to, any hunting or, whatever they do. So, yeah, Shadow's going to keep messing around, and my wife is going to start cooking. And then he's going to show up and be like, I can join your show now. And I'd be like, nah, he's gone, man. He's eating pinwheels with his wife. But I'll tell you what, James L., I'm sure you've seen it, but if you want to see a real, movie that was an absolute nightmare to make, look up the YouTube video about the making of Apocalypse Now. The star had a heart attack and they had to hide it because otherwise they would have made him not be in the movie. The helicopters kept leaving the set while they were trying to film because they were actually fighting a civil war at the time in the Philippines between the Philippine government and Muslims on some island. What's his name? Brandon refused to even read the script and wouldn't even leave his tent. Plus, he was like 400 pounds, and he was supposed to have lost weight for his part in the movie. The guy who played the reporter was high as shit nonstop. The director literally put a loaded pistol to his head and threatened to kill himself if the rest of the crew wouldn't straighten the hell up.
One of my favorite bits of that movie is my buddy and I watched Apocalypse Now redo, but at the same time we watched Hearts of Darkness, the documentary. Right. So we basically watched the movie to a point, then watched the documentary until it got to that point, then watched another part of. In verse, we watched the opening of Hearts of Darkness, and we got to a point we stopped, and we watched the movie up till that point, then went back to the documentary and just kept alternating back and forth like that. And it was fucking surreal. That whole bit when fucking Sheen is freaking out and throwing, drunk and having his fit, and then they got the whole thing where he had a heart attack, and what's his name's on the phone? The director, is it Scorsese? No, it's is it Scorsese? No, who did that fucking movie?
Kubrick? Or was it Coppola?
It was Coppola. And Coppola's on the fucking phone yelling, yeah, you got a doctor who says he had a heart attack? I got 2 doctors that say he didn't. And he's just screaming into the fucking phone. It's like, God damn.
And apparently every night was just a drug-fueled orgy. You know what I mean? Like, when they get done filming, it would just be like a drug-fueled freaking everyone drunk as shit. And Charlie Sheen running around the place the whole time. It's like, woo, crazy.
Martin Sheen.
No, Martin Sheen was the guy. Charlie was there.
Charlie Sheen was there?
He wasn't in the movie, but Martin Sheen brought him to the filming. And he's running around the jungle with everyone high as shit on coke and drunk and all kinds of crazy shit going on, and Filipino hookers and, just whatever, man. Just doing their thing.
Cool.
Yeah. One of my favorite scenes is when Martin Sheen jumps off the boat and he runs up to the one soldier and he's like, who's in charge here? And the guy's like, I thought it was you. And he's like, what? And the whole time you can hear a Vietnamese guy yelling curse words in English. Like, I fuck your mom, GI, in the background, like in the distance and shit. And like, there's a dude up on the 50 cal just lighting it up. And then the one guy's like, hey, go get the roach. And a minute later, this really tall, lanky black dude comes out with like an M79 grenade launcher. And his partner's like, hey, you need me to put a flare up? And the roach is like, nah, man, I got him. He puts the round in and you can hear him listening. Fuck you, GI. And he's all of a sudden, it's like, boom. And the guy's like, fuck you, boom. Gone, man. And then the roach just looks at Martin Sheen's character and he's just like, ain't war hell. And he turns around and goes back into the bunker. It made no sense. It was just some outpost of American GIs somewhere in the jungle doing shit, for no good reason. And then in part two, that it's in the original one, they don't show where they stop at the French chateau.
Yeah, that's it. It's in
And-
Redo. You see it.
Yeah, and that whole French
Sorry, I should
family
have said it. I
stayed
should have
at
said it like an American. Redux.
the Redo. Yeah.
Yeah, Redo.
Yeah, because I remember that whole part, and I thought, man, that must have been weird if you were a French person whose family lived in Vietnam for like hundreds of years, and now all of a sudden it's like, well, time to pack up and go to Paris because we are not welcomed here. You know? But it is what it is, right? Good movie though. But yeah, the filming was apparently an absolute mess. Just everything that well, James L. I mean, one thing Australia and America share is we can both listen to what's the song? Walking in the Green or whatever. I forget who did that song too, but it's basically the Australian version of 19.
No, 19.
Yeah, except it's more folk music.
Well, I don't think Shadow's showing up. It's 5:30. I gotta go
Yep.
think about supper, so I think I'm gonna rock out.
All right, bro. No blame.
Good seeing you.
Yeah, always.
Take care, and yeah, enjoy. If Shadow shows up, tell him I said he was a gay vampire man. Please.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah. Because yeah, the Aussies joined us over there for that little bit of a clusterfuck. The Canadians, I think, had the good sense to stay out. But the Americans and the Aussies were in there doing their thing. Yeah. In the desert, if you want to chill your water, because they don't give us beer or anything anymore like they did in Vietnam for those guys, you take your wool sock and you get it damp and squeeze it out, but where it's damp and you put the water bottle in it, and the evaporation of the water from the wool sock will make the water in the bottle cold. I mean, pretty nuts, right? But it works, guaranteed. Physics or something. Yeah. America, Australia, Republic of Korea. Yeah, I think the band was called Red Gum or something like that I'm thinking of. And it's basically about when he was a kid, how he, signed up and shipped off to Vietnam. And all the stuff that happened to him over there. And I seen a pretty good meme online. And it was like this guy, it was like how people think America lost Vietnam. And it showed the American soldiers surrounded by VC. And then it was like how America actually lost Vietnam. And it showed a bunch of fucking hippies protesting in Washington. Because, I mean, if you've ever studied the actual battles and stuff, pretty much any time us or you guys encountered the Vietnamese in any kind of stand-up battle, we wrecked the shit out of them, right? But it was the people in America back home protesting and being a bunch of, I have nothing nice to say about them, that actually, well, plus a president that wasn't willing to go all in on the war. I mean, I think that was Lyndon Johnson. If Lyndon Johnson had just let them do Operation Linebacker for like another 2 weeks, Vietnam was surrendered. And I know this because that's what Ho Chi Minh said. that they were literally discussing surrender because of how devastating Operation Linebacker was. But lucky for the VC, we stopped Operation Linebacker before they had time to surrender to us. Okay, son, yeah. So it took a lot of politicians and a lot of filthy hippies all working together for us to lose that one. And I think the Vietnamese know that's true too. That's why they like us so much now. Because I don't think any actual educated Vietnamese person who knows about the war would ever be like, oh yeah, we definitely beat the Americans. Nah, Ho Chi Minh knew they didn't win. They just outlasted us, and he knew it. Because his whole thing was, if protesters in America would raise enough hell, then eventually we'd have to go home. Therefore, all they had to do is hold out. Yeah, China helped them, and then China invaded them. And they beat the shit out of the Chinese, too, over some train cars or something. Yeah, yeah. And you know what's crazy? I've got some stools for my bar area. All of them are hardwood made in Vietnam. And every time I see these guys on YouTube that visit Vietnam, they love it. And the Vietnamese people seem to really, if not the US dollar, they love the US people. Like, you know, you see these guys and they go over there and they're like, they're just so well treated, and the Vietnamese are so friendly. Plus, it is a fact that I have an older sister who lives in Vietnam. I say older sister. Some people would say she's your half sister, but I mean, whatever, you know. Because apparently the bio, when he was in Vietnam, knocked somebody up and had a daughter, and she's still over there. And we tried to talk one time, but she speaks zero English, and I don't speak any Vietnamese. And the online computer translator thing sucked. So it's like, we know we exist, though. We know we exist. Oh, yeah. Like, our like, everywhere you go, there's like a badass donut shop, and it's owned by Vietnamese. And we have one in my town. They make the best Vietnamese coffee in the world, man. It's like the reason to go. You know, you go, you might buy some donuts, whatever. But what I really want is that large Vietnamese coffee. They got the French press and everything, man. So good. Just so good. And then the people who do all the nail salons are Vietnamese too. So, I mean, those people, they come over here. They're super nice. They work their asses off. They cause no problems. Any neighborhood they live in is better for having them there than it would have been without. You know, they're not ripping us off for billions of dollars a year like certain other people. They never drug our dead soldiers around their capital city behind a truck that I know of. If they did, I'd be like, hey, that's not good. But, you know. Yeah, I have a fondness for the Vietnamese people. Even though, like I said, my biological dad spent 20-something months there. He spent like 2 years there before he got his third Purple Heart and got sent home. But, yep. Pretty much. I mean, you know, the problem though in America is, and I don't know if Australia does the same thing, and I'm not trying to be super political, but there are just some people from some countries that are never going to fit in. like they can be in your country for 4 generations and they will still never fit in. And then there are other people, you bring them over and within a generation, they're doctors, they're hanging out, you know, you're friends with them, you see them at the comic shop, and it's like no problem at all, you know. Like I've had that experience with a lot of East and West Asian people, whether they're Japanese or Thailanders or Cambodians or from India or whatever, Sikhs or whatever, you know. Typically, they're just good people, you know. You never have a problem with them. They come over, they get an education, they buy a nice house, they raise a kid, family, whatever. But then there's some people that it doesn't matter. They can be here 100 years and they'll still be scumbags for some reason. You know, and not to put too fine of a point on it, but yeah, those guys in Minnesota are a great example. It's like, you know, those people hate our guts, but we bring them over. It's like, I don't get it, but whatever. That's the thing, you know. That's the thing right there. Well, I mean, I had a friend when I used to play Dark Age of Camelot that lived in Australia. He lived on the West Coast. So, like, I think that's what, Queensland or Perth, whatever it is, the West Coast of Australia. And he was, in his own words, a wog because I guess his grandparents had migrated from Greece. But then he was a straight up bogan, you know. He was an Australian because, you know, they had integrated and just become Australians. But originally his family was from Greece. He is a good guy too. We played Dark Age Camelot for years together. And then the other guy I played Dark Age Camelot with a lot back in the day was a Canadian from Calgary. He is a great guy too. I loved that dude to death. Don. Like we hung out in chat so much for so many years that it was like I knew him in real life, you know, which might seem weird, but you know, when you spend 6 to 8 hours a day, you know, 5-6 days a week in chat talking with the guy, you know his address and his real name, and you guys are always hanging out and doing shit. It's kind of easy to start feeling like, you know, they're actual friends, not just some dude you met on the internet. You know what I mean? Old Don. Unfortunately, he passed away very, very young. And after that, I just stopped playing Dark Age of Camelot because I just couldn't bring myself to do it, you know? It was like the game was just not the same without Skid, you know? So now we had an Australian guild on my server in Dark Age of Camelot called the Therapists. They named their guild the Therapists, but they capitalized the T and the R. And then eventually they got in trouble and they had to change their name. And then after that, they become the Caners. Because apparently you would know this. I did not know this. If an Australian beats your ass, they say they caned you. At least that's what they did. And so after they went from being the Therapists, spelled the Rapists, they become the Caners. And they were cool because when the American player base had to go to sleep and there was no one around to guard our frontier, the Australian player base on our side, they'd be logging on. And it would be like you would be passing on the order of business. You know what I mean? Like when the leader, Zach Nafane, everybody just called him Zach, he would log in and he was like the head Australian. And he'd be like, so what's been going on today? And, you know, we'd let him know where the combats were and which castles need taken and whatever. And then, you know, go to bed and you wake up the next morning and that's when they'd be going to bed. Were they psychotherapy? They were something. They were something. Good guys, all of them good guys. But of course, being Australian, they played the exact opposite hours that like me and Skid played. So like I said, they were our night watch, basically. If like the other realms had Australians or New Zealanders in their side, well, we had our Australians. And our Australians' whole job was to be on at night, keeping an eye on their Australians. Yeah. And when they would beat somebody's ass, they called it caning. They'd be like, we sure gave those Albs a good caning. And I get what they're talking about. They're talking about whipping somebody with like a cane rod, like the Singapore does. But, yep, interesting guys. Interesting guys. We didn't have a lot of crossover with them, though, because of the time. But for some reason, the Australians all played on U.S. servers because of how much the Chinese hated them. And anytime they tried to play on a Pacific server, the Chinese would just grief the shit out of them all the time. So they would they just play on the American servers, because if any Chinese came to the American servers and got found out, they get ran off. So, you know, weird times back in the, I'd say that is the mid 90s, you know. You had like Dark Age of Camelot, Asheron's Call, original EQ. It is way before World of Warcraft came out. Might need to do a little work on her face, I think, guys. But otherwise, I think she came out pretty darn good. Let's see. Yeah, maybe I'll put some blush on her face. As you can see, she's wearing the ultra protective chainmail bikini. She's got her colorful shield and her big ass axe. I've got some swords and scabbards around here. I probably should glue one on her and paint it, just so it looks a little bit more balanced, you know, like she's not just running around with a great axe. She, you know, like I've got some scabbarded swords and also some hatchets and hammers and stuff that I can always put on her, you know. And she would be she would make a pretty decent Hyperborean or Viking for the Hyperborea role-playing game. This is an old figure I painted for my wife a long, long time ago. She played. You know, she's got that weird Celtic style shield. She's got a bow and her sword and, you know, arrows and chainmail and everything. She's actually fully armored, though, instead of the bikini armor. She's like completely armored. And then I've got this. I think she's supposed to be either a cleric or a mage of some sort. And it's very Conan, you know, like with the metal, you know, bits. And you guys can't really see it, but there's actual like leather straps that hold the knee armor to the belt. And then, you know, that I'll have to, you know, take a little black paint and a fine brush and yeah, man, hit the trail. I'm just waiting on dinner. I mean, Monday is the day that I usually stream the longest, whether I have people on or not. You know, it's the day I set aside. So, yeah, let's paint her suspenders or whatever they are. I mean, she'd be a good character. I mean, for like a Hyperborean necromancer, maybe an Amazon. Hyperborea is my current like thing. But I'm going to make a video about this, but I'll say it here real quick. And bear in mind, I'm not counting. I'm not going to be counting Baptism of Fire or Lion and Dragon in the list of settings because they are, you know, so close to just Earth. So, yeah, I'm not counting them. But I was thinking about earlier my top 5 settings of all time. And starting at the lowest and going up, I would say number 5 would have to be Birthright. Birthright was kind of a weird setting, really, because it was focusing on the macro nature of like running kingdoms and being part of like these noble families that may or may not be like, you know, have the blood of gods in them and stuff like that. It had a great combat system with the cards. So if you wanted to do mass combat, Birthright had you covered. And it was an interesting game. But again, I'm going to say you got to have a group that wants to play that kind of game, you know. Number 4 for me of all time is going to have to be 100% Forgotten Realms. And when I say Forgotten Realms, I'm talking the gray box with the Mongol or Pinacheg looking guy on it, you know, and the fog and the stone pillars or whatever. Yeah, that was the coolest shit ever when it came out. That version of Forgotten Realms. So good, right? And then at number 3, I'm probably going to have to go with Lord of the Rings. And the reason mainly for that is I played a ton of Middle-earth role-playing. So, you know, I have to admit, yeah, I played a ton of Middle-earth role-playing. Players at my table spent a lot of time rooting around in Moria and all of that. And I'm talking the original Middle-earth role-playing. So Iron Crown Enterprises. And that Iron Crown Enterprises, Middle-earth role-playing, had the best setting like expansion books ever. Like the Trollshaw book or, you know, the Port of Umber, whatever. I mean, they really did top class. I mean, it was top shelf work they were doing for sure. Like, I don't even think anyone has ever done setting expansion books for any setting that were as good as those Middle-earth books were, you know, the Trollshaws and all that. They were just unbelievably good. And then at number 2 which shouldn't be a surprise to anybody who watches this channel more than a little bit. Number 2 is going to be Greyhawk. And my problem, though, when I say Greyhawk is I'm not talking about all of Greyhawk. Because if I were saying Greyhawk in its entirety, then no. Oh, I forgot one. I need to add, okay, there'll be a number. Let's call this one number 3. Everything goes down a number, right? I'm talking specifically the Sheldamar Valley from like the Grand Duchy of Geoff down to Keelland and the Ulics, Selene, Pomarge. That region is just freaking so good. And I really loved it. Number 2, this is number 2 because, I mean, this setting is so good, it'll make you want to play a whole game. Specifically made, the setting is made for. And that is the Arn Empire, which is the default setting for Adventurer, Conqueror, King. The Arn Empire setting book is absolutely amazing. It is just such a good setting book, right? Like, and if I were going to play Adventure Conquer King, you can damn well count that I would be playing in the Arn Empire. I mean, and if I'm playing in the Arn Empire, guess what? I'm playing Adventure Conquer King. That's just, I mean, you know, peas and carrots right there. They go together just so well that I cannot imagine even doing one without the other. You know, it'd be like peanut butter without jelly. That'd be like Kool-Aid with no sugar. It's just like, what are you thinking? You know, you got to have those two together. And the Arn Empire is 100% standalone, even one of the best setting books ever. I mean, it's like 30 something pages long and it gives you so much information. It's so well written that, yeah, it is definitely number 2 on my list of settings. Number 2, Arn Empire. So let's recap. 2, Arn Empire. 3, Middle Earth, Greyhawk. 4, Middle Earth. 5, The Forgotten Realms. And 6, I forget. But there was a 6th one there. Right? Number 1 is Hyperborea 3rd edition. And I know a lot of people will be like, oh, but my Hyperborea, whatever. Yeah, okay. That's fine. I don't care. Hyperborea is that good. It really is. It is just that good. Because it's a setting, you actually don't have to use the rules to use the setting. Unlike the Arn Empire, I would say. Like, you could use whatever version of D&D or whatever you like. Or even a non-D&D type game, like, you know, any other fantasy role-playing game. And you could use it with Hyperborea. You know, you'd have to have the referee's book so that you could read the Gazetteer, but still. Now, I like using it with the game it was written for, but you really don't have to. What sets it apart from all of the other, like, settings on my list, though, is how unique it actually is. You know, it's like a mixture of D&D, sci-fi, Lovecraft, Clark Ashton Smith, R.E. Howard. You know, it's like if you were watching heavy metal, the one book about Dan of Earth, you know, where the nerd turns into a big burly guy and runs around doing shit and fighting like weird mutant animals and whatever for the Lochnar. That entire setup there could have happened in Hyperborea. What do I know about Rasputin? He was a mad monk, and he pissed off the court of the Tsar enough that they decided to kill him. And it took him a long time to do because apparently he was just tougher than shit. So they like poisoned him and shot him and then tied him up in chains and chucked him in a frozen river or some shit. But anyway, yeah, so that's a thing. A lot of the fantastical parts of heavy metal could absolutely be adventures that you would play in Hyperborea. And they would fit, you know? They would absolutely fit. Pretty much every Conan book you ever read could be played in Hyperborea. Every Lovecraft book, Hyperborea. I mean, so it is very, very versatile while being also very unique. You know, and that's really what has got me all, you know, flipped out about it, because it's like, now Bear's working on his setting and it's starting to look really cool. And I hope it sells really well. I'm sure I'll probably pick a copy up, even if I have to get rid of a bunch of other books I already own to make some space. But yeah, it's Hyperborea, definitely number one setting, because you can do literally anything in the setting. Like, if you wanted to play a human, well, you got to be a human, right? You could change it up, but you could be playing a barbarian who is Celtic, and you defeated a monster, and now you have like some kind of death ray weapon, you know, like high-tech stuff, right? Because all of that stuff is available if you want it to be. And yeah, like another movie that comes to mind would be Fire and Ice, with Necron versus, you know, the Firekeep and all that. That could 100% take place on Hyperborea. Necron could be a evil cryomancer, which are mages that control cold weather and ice. And yeah, he could be pushing ice out of the mountains near Vermithorn towards the warmer coastal regions. And you know, pterodactyls already exist in Hyperborea. So the Firehawks, or whatever as they call them, I mean, that's not a big deal, because a lot of that stuff already is part of the game. So, and then the hero of the thing, the barbarian from the village, he could be either a Cimmerian, a Celt. Ralph Bakshi's wizards would work. That'd be a little bit harder of an ask, but you could make it work, yeah, in Hyperborea. And like I keep saying over and over, because I know I'm repeating myself, but I'm getting ready to end this anyway. That's the thing about Hyperborea, is you can make just about anything work. Like, let's say you like to read a lot of Lovecraft, right? And you're a huge fan of the Shadow over Innsmouth or the Dunwich Horror. You can convert those to adventures and drop them right into Hyperborea. 100%. And they would fit. And it wouldn't even be weird, you know? And like I said, that's really a huge selling point to me. Maybe not to everybody. Some people might want their game settings to be a little bit more vanilla, a little bit more everybody knows what's up. I know there's a lot of people who hate the idea of mixing magic and technology. And I totally understand that. I used to be one of those. But yeah, if you want to play a game where the adventurers are fighting Migo and they might kill a Migo and get a crystalline death ray launching device, then yeah, Hyperborea is the setting for you. So yeah. Anywho, getting ready to. I smell food cooking, so they killed Fritz, those bastards. So I'm getting ready to take off, but before I do, I guess I'll show you this either a cleric or mage. Let's see if I can get her to focus. Focus. I got to put my fingers behind it. I would use D20 Modern. See, that's so weird. If I move my hand, then all of a sudden it wants to focus easier. Come on. Focus it up. Don't look at the stuff in the background. There she is. So there we've got some kind of necromancer in like pretty much lingerie, really, casting a spell. But yeah, for D20 Modern for National Treasure, for any game like that, D20 Modern, you would say Nicolas Cage's character would probably be an agility character or a intelligence character. Because in D20 Modern, how you determine the character's focus is you pick one of the 6 attributes, and then your character is basically, based around that attribute. So if you pick a Dex character, you're going to be like Bruce Lee, right? A strength character, you're going to be a big muscly guy. Intelligence character, you're going to be, the brains of the outfit, on and so forth. And then depending on what books you have for D20 Modern, you can add in, demi-humans, you can add in magic, the whole 9 yards. Or you can just play it as a straight up modern adventure game. If you got the right books, you can do it up as a sci-fi. See, I got all the books because a friend of mine sold them to me very cheap when he had to move and he couldn't take them with him. So I ended up with all the books. And yeah, if I ever run or play a game set in modern day again, I'll be using D20 Modern for sure. Yeah, I'm going to call her done. I mean, it's not the greatest paint job I've ever done, but it's pretty good. It'll look good on the table. She could make a villain for sure, man. She could be a necromancer or a cleric devoted to like the god of murder, Thermagonian or whatever his name is. Yeah, your hacker guy might be Int. Your street samurai could be Dex, Strength, or Con, depending on which way you want to go about it. But yeah. And the good news is, if you can't get the books anymore, you can get the PDFs. So, and I think Drive-Thru-RPG does print copies of the main books. So, anyway, all that said, I'm out of here. Shadow, you missed your chance. You had 4 hours. You blew it off.